bullets fly? Where are the emergency exits? Is my sister okay? Is she even alive? What if my date's beautiful dress is stained a deep red? What do I do? In the moment, would I even have the courage to sacrifice my life to save others? Why do we expect students to take a bullet for others to live? To take down the bad guy? Children should not have to make that decision. Would I even be able to stop someone with an assault rifle? What if I'm shot? If I was shot, would I have enough time to say goodbye to my family, my friends? Would my future be ripped away all in the name of the right to own a weapon purely for murder? How can you expect an 18-year-old to have courage to live and die with the fear of weapons that instantly rip away innocence and the right to live? In no way should a weapon designed to kill as many people as possible ever have more value than a human life, ever. The people you represent are tired of laying their brothers and sisters in body bags and tired of fearing that they'll be next. I hope you'll have courage, the courage to let Colorado be free from being a mass shooter state, the courage to make a real difference, and finally the courage to save lives. Take the life-saving off our hands and onto yours by supporting Bill HB 24-1292. Thank you.
Okay, and thanks for tagging in and out. Now we'll go to questions. I saw Rep. Herod, then Madam Vice Chair, then Rep. Evans.
Thank you. And I just wanted to thank you all for coming today and continuing to advocate for safer communities. I know I've seen many of your faces in the past doing this work, and it makes a huge difference. It's my hope that we respond to your calls by acting today. But I want to add that what you all are doing individually within your own school communities also has made a difference. You have made it safer for people who are struggling to come forward. You've made it safer for people to identify when there may be a problem before we get to an instance that you all have mentioned, you also have lived through. And so you shouldn't be living in a time like this, period. We as elected officials should have done something about this years ago. As someone who was in high school during Columbine, getting old, during Columbine, the little movement that we've made on this issue is something that we should all, quite frankly, be ashamed of. But you all are stepping up and doing the work along with so many others, and you're appreciated. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rep. Evans, and then we'll go to Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for coming today to testify. I know you guys don't know me, but I spent 10 years as a cop working in our schools to keep our schools safe. And I apologize, I missed the names, but whoever made the comment about having to take a bullet for somebody else really resonated, because as cops, that was something that we were trained to do, right? Is we're going to protect our kids at all costs. I'll be the first to tell you that we've got to solve this problem. And thank you for coming today to testify. But I like solutions that work, and I think that solutions that work are informed by data-driven conversations. So to whoever brought up the 1994 to 2004 federal assault weapons ban, I was just curious because the data that you had presented was different from the data that I had presented earlier. My data coming from the Violence Project showing that mass shootings with weapons that met the definition of a federal assault weapon actually increased during the assault weapons ban versus the decade prior. And so I was just curious where your data had come from for that statistic.
Thank you for the question. And it's not just the decade prior to the ban, it's also the decade after, because it has been more than a decade. My information came from an article or research paper by Charles DiMaggio from January 2019, labeled Changes in U.S. Mass Shooting Deaths Associated with 1994 to 2004 Federal Assault Weapons Ban.
Okay, well, we weren't doing follow-ups today. We'll come back around. All right, Madam Vice Chair, then Rep. Mabry, then back to Rep. Evans.
Thank you. I am curious for maybe one or two of you all in your advocacy work. Thank you for sharing your stories and why we should ban the assault weapon. But I am curious in your advocacy work why you feel like we have, quite frankly, the gun laws we have today as a matter of politics. And what, if any, insights or questions do you have by way of the political argument? What would you want to add or say to that in this moment as we deliberate on if we should pass this bill?
Madam Vice Chair, for anyone in particular?
If anyone,
Okay. Well, for questions like this, just because we're so compressed on time, where there's a general question like the last one or this one, we'll invite any one person to speak to that who'd like to.
Thank you for your question. I would say to that, I think that we are all coming from this as a place of we work in advocacy work in politics. We have to because it has been made a political issue. But my urge to you guys would be to not see this as a partisan issue or as a political issue, to really see this as kids who are, worried about our peers and ourselves, and that it's political because it has to be and it's been made into a political issue, but that we really try to not look at it like that. I would also say that as for what we hope this will do, that something is better than nothing. We think that this bill is well written. It defines what an assault weapon is, and that even if it doesn't stop all mass shootings or all gun violence, stopping even one death, even one shooting is enough. And I would really urge you guys to take action on that. Please, it's our beg of you, and to not look at it as a political issue, or to just wait for the perfect bill to come along, because people are going to be dying in that waiting time.
Okay, we'll go to Rep. Mabry, then back to Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to echo Representative Harrod's comments. Thank you so much for being here. It is really powerful, although I think it's tragic that we have to sit here in this body and hear from students. I think this is the only country on earth where we have students who are coming and telling lawmakers to do something about the proliferation of weapons in our society, especially these uniquely dangerous weapons. So, the first thing I want to note, I appreciate whoever had mentioned the statistics, and I just want to highlight, I'm looking at this data, and in the years after the assault weapons ban went into effect, the increase, there already was an increase in mass shootings happening in society when that went into effect. The increase of incidents went down, and even if we include Columbine, which was the deadliest mass shooting during that period, the 1994 to 2004 period saw lower average annual rates of both mass shootings and deaths. And then immediately afterwards, the data shows an immediate and steep rise in mass shootings in the years after the assault weapons ban expired in 2004. I think we all know in the 90s, we know Columbine. But now, Sandy Hook, Uvalde, the Aurora shooting, the Las Vegas shooting, we can go on and on and on and on. Club Q, I can't even, the Pulse nightclub, endless numbers of shooting. And so my question is about, when you guys are having these mass shooting drills and when you're up at night, are you worried about people with everyday handguns, or are you uniquely worried about these weapons that are being addressed in the bill?
Whoever would like to speak to that.
We're not going to comment too much on handguns specifically because this bill does address specifically assault weapons. We will say that assault weapons do cause a lot of deaths really fast, and that is a big issue when it comes to discriminate shooting in our schools.
All right, thank you. Last question for this panel will be Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again all for coming. It was just a quick follow-up question based on the previous conversation we had, and specifically about the DiMaggio study with some of the statistics related to the federal assault weapons ban. So I just wanted to ask if you were aware that the DiMaggio study used a much broader classification of firearms than was used in the federal assault weapons ban law. And so there are a lot of handguns and other firearms that weren't covered under the assault weapons ban that were included in that DiMaggio study.
Whoever would like that.
I did not fully understand that it was a broader definition than in this House bill, but thank you for bringing that to my attention. And I think regardless of that, as Representative Mabry just mentioned, there still has been a rise in shootings. regardless of the ban or not.
All right, thank you. We have run to time on this panel. Thank you all for coming and testifying with us today. All right, next panel will be folks who are signed up in an opposed position. Mr. Stevens, I think these folks are in person, but if you could please listen for anybody who may be online. Nephi Cole. All right. All right, sorry. For the rest of this panel, do we have Ava Flanell? And it's possible that, okay. Do we have Mark Geist? G-E-I-S-T. Dave Kopel. All right, we can get started while we get Mr. Kopel. Mr. Cole, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Nephi Cole, N-E-P-H-I-C-O-L-E. I'm the Director of Government Relations and State Affairs for the National Shooting Sports Foundation, which is the Firearms Trade Association of America. I think we're going to spend a lot of time today arguing about a bucket and what guns you want to put in the bucket or not put in the bucket. What I want you to understand is the size of the bucket and that you're talking about a bigger number than you think. We are the National Shooting Sports Foundation, trap, shooting, skeet, precision, 3-gun, USPSA, defensive pistol leagues, hunting, plinking at the range, Shields, Cabela's, Sportsman's Warehouse, Murdoch's Big Five, the mom and pop gun shop, and over 9,000 other entities. We're part of the outdoor recreation economy. We're about 10% of it, about $80 billion a year in hunting and shooting sports. In Colorado, we're about $1.1 billion in positive net revenue to your economy. We paid $32 million to Colorado Parks and Wildlife specifically for habitat conservation and hunters education. That's what we mean to you guys. How much of that came from older traditional guns? Well, about 20%. So what about the guns that were the modern firearms? It's about 80%. That's important because most people don't understand that. Well, why is that? Why when you talk about a modern sporting rifle or a semi-automatic handgun, semi-automatic rifles, why are you talking about 80% of the market? Well, because you all drive an SUV, but in the 80s you didn't. That's because these are just modern firearms. People are calling them different things, but they're common. They're in common use for lawful purposes. Colorado's firearms, regardless of their aesthetics, are common semi-automatics with restricted magazine capacities in the state. Colorado has mandatory background checks, robust red flag laws, and many other things that contribute to what's going on in Colorado. I just want to share one more number. There are 25 million AR-style rifles in this country. That's more than F-150s. 2.4 million Coloradans own firearms. Over 500,000 of them own specific firearms.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Need to be strict on time today. I'm sure there'll be questions. Whoever would like to go next.
My name is Ava Flanell and I oppose this bill. I'm going on my 11th year as a firearms instructor and specialize in teaching women. This bill clearly seeks not only to disarm law-abiding citizens, but also many female gun owners. Within the bill, it says that if the firearm has a detachable magazine and a foregrip threaded barrel, barrel shroud, pistol grip, and many other ridiculous characteristics, the firearm will be banned, none of which increase lethality. A muzzle brake does reduce recoil, allowing you to be more accurate, but no more lethal. It is clear the drafters of this bill do not understand how firearms operate and are making it as broadly encompassing as possible by including largely cosmetic features that are in common use. Muzzle brakes are one of the most popular features to tame recoil and are growing in popularity among female shooters. Recoil management is incredibly important as it makes the gun safer for the shooter and everyone and everything around them. Many firearms have a muzzle device to reduce recoil, which includes muzzle brakes, and based on interpretation, many include slide mount compensators depending on how the language is read. By banning these firearms and accessories, you're doing myself and many other women a huge disservice to our safety. A year ago, I testified against this bill. Now we're back, and this bill defines assault weapons even more broadly, furthering my suspicion that the only intent is to strip law-abiding citizens of their Second Amendment rights by outlawing millions of firearms that are protected under common use as affirmed by the Supreme Court in the Heller decision. I'd like to leave you with this. If you can't tell me about each gun listed on this bill and the cosmetic features that make these guns a so-called assault weapon, you have no business voting for this bill. I invite anyone who is in favor of this bill to come spend a day with me on the range and allow me to show you how this ban will only harm law-abiding citizens. Please vote no on HB 24-1292. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Geistese, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello, my name is Mark Geist. A lot of you might also know me as Oz. I've spent, since I was 18 years old, carrying a firearm to protect people, whether that be in the United States as a firearms or as a police officer, as a bounty hunter, overseas in areas like Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Israel, Pakistan, Philippines. The one thing that I've learned through that time is every one of those places have guns that are banned, but there's still people that own guns and will attack and kill people. What we're not talking about here is the monsters that are doing that, because anyone who takes a firearm into any type of establishment and wants to kill people indiscriminately is a monster in my mind. And this is what we need to face. We need to face the fact that we have a moral problem in this country and not a firearms problem in this country. I grew up in Rocky Ford, Colorado. I've lived in this state. My family settled here in 1910. I carried a shotgun and a rifle in the back of my pickup to school every day. And that was because we either had to shoot coyotes that were trying to kill the stock that we were raising, or we were hunting birds. No one broke into my truck and took a gun and fired it. What's the difference is the morality of this country, the morality of the people that how we're raising our children. That is what's got to change. That is where we should be spending our money, because monsters are going to be there no matter what you do. You can make anything and outlaw American people who are law-abiding citizens from having the right to own firearms, no matter what they are. But there are still going to be people who are going to cause crime and murder. They are going to use either knives, and I've seen people with knives, guns, anything. I myself have had more than 26 holes in my body. So when people talk about what these weapons do to somebody, I'm a tribute to what it doesn't do to somebody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Looks like Mr. Kopel is not available. We'll try to get him at a future point. Okay, questions. I'm just going to call them in the order that I saw them. Madam Vice Chair, Rep. Mabry, Rep. Amabile, Rep. Armagost, Rep. Evans. Members, state your questions concisely, please.
Sorry, thank you. My question is for Mr. Cole. I'm wondering if you could help me understand, to your point about the bucket and differentiation, two things. When it comes to sports shooting or hunting, and we talk about what I would even go so far as what most people believe an assault weapon is, because I do know there's technical differences for your expertise. I am curious if you could tell us why in that bucket of what most people believe an assault weapon is, why one could still not hunt with just a different type of long gun, you know? And so if you could explain maybe what a long, and I'm using these colloquial terms, right? What we have called long gun, what most people think an assault weapon is. And if there is a way to narrow. Quite frankly, we do hear a lot about hunting, defending ranches, things like that in this state. But the question is, why couldn't we still enjoy the sport with a long gun versus an assault weapon?
Mr. Cole.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, it's a really tricky question and an easy question. So the easy way to understand it is that in general, these firearms are the same. They're the same. So what is a long gun? A long gun is typically, it's a rifle with a buttstock. It can be shouldered. So you're concentrating on that in this bill, even though that's not what's predominantly used in crime. Less than 3% of crimes are used any type of long gun and a what you're terming here an assault rifle, which the definition is very squishy. That would just be it would be a subset of long guns. It'd be a long gun, which would have, in this case, the potential to have a detachable magazine, and then some other feature. So the potential to have a detachable magazine. So now here's the trick. These things are much bigger than just that now. Now, these are a pistol grip or a detachable magazine or a threaded muzzle or a muzzle brake. These are things that people picture them on a certain gun, and they picture an Arnold Schwarzenegger gun. But the reality is these features are ambiguous now. They're on every type of firearm. Why? Because what they do, they're aesthetic on the Arnold Schwarzenegger gun, but in every other case, they add to the functionality. They make the gun easier to control. They make it quieter. They make it, that's the challenge. And you can easily take a gun that, for example, that you might call an assault rifle, and I can change the type of stock on it and the magazine. And suddenly it no longer fits your definition, which is why there were hundreds of thousands of quote unquote ARs built during the assault weapons ban, because these are purely aesthetics. This is just a bucket. The guns are in the bucket, and it's all guns, and they're in common use.
All right, thank you. Representatives Mabry, Amabile, Armagost, Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and sharing your perspective. I appreciated one of the comments about how, there are people who might be predisposed to commit horrible acts like this. Like, that is a reality, regardless of what our laws are. However, I don't think that those people or people who are like that uniquely exist in the United States. I think that there are people who are like that in Japan and South Korea and Germany and France and the United Kingdom and Australia and Canada. And they do not see gun violence like we do here. Mr. Cole, you had mentioned that there are more of these weapons in the United States than there are F-150s. Do you believe that there's any correlation between that fact and the fact that the United States is the only country in the world that has mass shooter drills?
Mr. Cole.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, so if I understand the question, it's does the presence of one thing mean it's more likely that that thing is used in a crime? F-150s. You're going to have a lot more wrecks with F-150s than you are in a country that doesn't allow people to have cars. That's 100% certain. I think if you look at the violent crime statistics, so we, in this country and on the specific issue, people like to argue about gun numbers. If you look at violent crime numbers, you'll see that while the U.S., where something may be more prevalent, you see more guns, you don't see more violent crime than you do in many other nations, including European nations.
Okay, Rep. Amabile was next. I've got to keep us moving, Rep. Mabry. Rep. Amabile.
Thank you. And actually, my question is for you. I don't remember your name. I'm sorry. Yeah. So you said we were monstrous in America. And I wonder, similar to Rep. Mabry's question, do you think we're more monstrous? Americans are innately more monstrous than people in other countries, like in Canada or in Europe or South America? Or is it or why would that be?
No, what I said is that we are fighting monsters. Anyone who is willing to, whether they use a rock, a club, a knife, a machete. I was just watching in Haiti, I have some video of people chopping the heads off of little kids and eating the bodies. That's a monster. We have monsters anywhere that if they're willing to do that kind of violence upon another. And are we more than that? No. But should we address that? Yes, and we don't address that. We address it through situations like trying to ban what they use. Okay, so are we going to stop cancer by banning cigarettes? No, we don't ban cigarettes. We don't ban driving cars because of the amount of deaths there are. We need to identify what it is, and it is the nature of the person that we should be doing. The mental health crisis that we have in this country with children and adults who think that they can use any type of weapon to exert this type of violence on another person. I'll be the first one. If I thought a minuscule amount of effort would be put to stopping a crime against another person with guns, I would be on the back of that in a heartbeat. But it's not going to. And we're going to pass a law that's going to take away our constitutional rights. The thing I'm asking is, don't stop someone like me or the other hundreds of thousands of people that are willing to put our lives in front of you and our kids in this country to protect them. Whether you're my neighbor, whether we agree on our political views or not, that is what I do. I have done it my whole life. And there's a lot more people like that. But this bill will take away my ability to protect you and the children that we love in this country.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to Rep. Armagosa, then Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, to Mr. Geis, thank you for your service to our country and your sacrifice. It's much appreciated. My question is for Ms. Fennell. As a person who carries a pistol with a 15-round magazine, turkey hunting with a shotgun that has a pistol grip, and even big game hunting with a Browning 30-06 with a barrel that I threaded, how can you see this bill affecting the hunters and concealed carriers that are simply exercising their ability to hunt and concealed carry to protect themselves?
Ms. Fennell.
Thank you for that question. I think it's going to affect majority of gun owners. As far as concealed carry, the smaller the gun, the more recoil it's going to have. So a lot of guns do have that muzzle brake on them or a compensator. That's, typically what I see a lot of women specifically carrying. And then as far as hunting, when you say that, it has to have a detachable magazine with the other features, that is going to be majority of the firearms out there. It's going to be majority of the semi-automatic guns out there. And unless you want to use, a bolt action or a muzzle loader or something, which I don't think is even humane for the animal. We're looking at, you guys are going to be affecting all kinds of people and their ability to protect themselves and to provide for their families.
All right, so Rep. Evans, we have run to time. We'll come to you first on the next panel or the next opposed panel, whichever you like. Thank you all for testifying with us today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll rotate back to proponents. At the request of the sponsors, we'll mix up the first couple of panels just a little bit. The next two panels will be proponents. Then the two panels after that will both be opponents. So we'll keep it in balance. With that, we will call up the next panel. Can we please have Callie Lebia, Kevin Vick, Christy Burton, Mary Parker? And I wasn't sure if we had Christy. Oh, we're getting her online. Very good. Okay, we'll start in the room. Whoever would like to kick us off.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Kevin Vick. I'm a high school social studies teacher and vice president of the Colorado Education Association, representing 39,000 educators across the state of Colorado. I'm here today to speak in support of House Bill 24-1292. First, I would like to thank Representative Hernandez and Representative Epps for their commitment to end gun violence. This is an issue that deeply impacts not only our members, but all communities across Colorado, and we are grateful for their responsiveness to the moment. In a recent survey of CEA members, 67% of educators are either very or somewhat worried about a mass shooting at their school. That's 2/3. Educators are increasingly expected to transform from educators to first responders at a moment's notice. We are responsible for easing the fear of students who have to endure drills on how to hide from mass murderers. And in worst cases, educators are asked to act as shields against assault weapons to make impossible choices about how to protect students from the worst horrors imaginable. The solutions may not be simple, but we know that protecting our students, educators, and communities starts with common sense gun reform. CEA is a strong proponent of limiting access to weapons of war. As it is, these weapons are more than any other country, or these weapons more than any other that have terrorized students and educators across the country. Colorado has had too many tragic encounters with these weapons, and we should take decisive action to keep people safe. We know, and I have seen it time and time again with my own eyes, that educators will go to the ends of the earth to protect their students and keep them safe. We are asking that you please listen to the voices of educators and help us in the fight to end gun violence by voting yes on House Bill 1292. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Good morning, panel. My name is Mary Parker. I'm representing myself. I am the president of the Jeffco School Board, and as such, I take my responsibility for the safety of our students very seriously. I'm a gun owner with a concealed carry permit. When I was looking for a gun to carry for self-protection, a woman was showing me a .380 gun that would fit easily in my purse. A man standing behind her said, "You can't kill anybody with that." And I said, "Well, I'm not looking to kill anyone." And he responded, "Well, it's your constitutional right." That was his interpretation of the Second Amendment. Sometime in the last 10 years, we started hearing that gun rights are God-given rights. But the Bill of Rights is a set of amendments, not commandments. God does not command us to keep and bear arms. The right to self-defense is universally recognized around the world, but it is only in the United States, where there are more guns than people, that an AR-15 is considered necessary for self-defense. We're like the child who killed his parents and then asked for mercy on the grounds that he's an orphan. Americans have allowed guns, including assault weapons, to proliferate in our country to the point that we now plead in front of lawmakers to let us keep our assault weapons because we need them to defend ourselves against all the guns that are out there. School children used to hide under their desks to protect themselves from Russian bombs. Now they hide from fellow Americans, sometimes fellow classmates bearing AR-15s. We the people wrote the Constitution. We the people have the power to regulate firearms. We the people have the power to do something about the killing field that our country has become. You're the representatives of we the people, and today you have the power to do something to take these weapons off our streets, out of our churches, and out of our schools. I urge an aye vote on HB 24-1292. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please go ahead and then we'll go to our online witness.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Sorry, feels like afternoon already. Callie Leba. I am the Executive Director for American Federation of Teachers Colorado. We represent K-12 teachers and staff as well as higher ed across the state. And we urge a yes vote on 1292. Personally, I'm tired of welcoming new members to our club. The club my family joined on April 20th, 1999, after the shooting at Columbine High School, and to which we were re-inaugurated after the shooting at Deer Creek Middle School with my son 11 years later. I know that stopping the sale of assault weapons won't stop all mass shootings in Colorado or elsewhere in America. I also know that we need to change the culture in America that has led to the commonality of mass shootings, and this bill is a step in that direction. We changed the culture of smoking in this country by addressing it from different angles, including legislation. I believe in our citizens, and I believe that we can change the culture. It's time to start acknowledging through our laws that assault weapons are designed for one thing, that is to kill as many humans as possible in the shortest amount of time. Sure, people like to shoot them for fun and maybe even kill predators on their ranches with them, but we do have other firearms for those pastimes. These weapons turn bodies into gelatin and give victims a slight chance for survival. It's more and more common for teachers to be provided with stop bleed kits to respond to a gunshot wound, how to stop the bleeding. When a colleague told me he was glad there was something he could do, I reminded him that there's little he can do if someone shoots his kids with an assault weapon. Of course, there are other things we need to address, mental health, supports for parents, and more, and we do need to do that. But today, this is what we're talking about. Let's take this step in Colorado to influence a change in the culture. Assault weapons are weapons of war. We don't need them any more than we need shoulder-fired missiles or hand grenades.
All right, thank you. Ms. Burton, if you can hear us online, feel free to activate your camera. Please go ahead.
morning. Thank you, Chair Gonzalez and members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. My name is Christy Burton, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Colorado Faith Community United to End Gun Violence. I am here to testify in favor of House Bill 241292 concerning the prohibition of certain firearms that are specifically used in mass shootings. There's no good argument for the use of assault type weaponry for sports shooting, hunting, ranching, farming, self-defense. Assault weapons are only designed for one thing, and that is to shoot as many human enemies as possible in a short amount of time. I have never met a 5-year-old that I consider a national threat. I grew up in Colorado. In 1962, I graduated from West High School. We had a rifle range in the basement, and I was a member of the rifle team. I know the guns from the 60s are not the same as the guns today. However, I do know what an assault weapon is used for. In Olympic competitions, they only use rifles, handguns, and shotguns. I come from a hunting and ranching family. Being a good game hunter requires precision shooting. An assault weapon cannot be used for hunting. I'm disappointed that Coloradans are using the Second Amendment as an argument to protect assault weapons. It's a travesty. In November 2023, a federal appeals court upheld to Illinois' assault weapon ban, arguing that the ban constituted a reasonable limit on the Second Amendment.
All right, ma'am, thank you.
I'm out of time. Thank you.
All right, we will go to questions for anyone on this panel. Rep. Mabry had one from the prior panel, and so did Rep. Evans. Rep. Mabry, is it? Okay. Rep. Evans, or do you want to wait? All right, members, opening it up. Questions for this panel. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. I am curious for Ms. Burton, you know, how some of the conversations may have gone in the faith communities around the argument of, you know, needing this for self-defense, and particularly when we hear we need this to preserve life. And the reason why I'm asking is because over the course of the years I've been here, I've heard other people in the faith community name this as a paradox, that you would need a weapon of death to preserve life. And so I'm wondering if you could share any thoughts about that, you know, where folks in the faith community may stand when it comes to a tool used of death in the name of self-defense for the purpose of preserving life, especially where we have also seen accidents from that. For example, people shot through doors, or people shot for asking if they could use a phone if their car broke down. Is there anything that you might be able to share, given some of those insights?
Ms. Burton.
Yes, I think so. I don't believe my particular organization or the faith community is in any way trying to prohibit or restrict the Second Amendment. The issue is simply mass shooting with assault weapons and killing a lot of people. That is a sin. That is wrong. It's wrong on so many levels. It would be hard to even begin to speak to that. Self-defense is an issue that churches have struggled with from the beginning of time. If somebody breaks into my house, remember, I know guns. I grew up here. If somebody were to break into my house, there's a couple of things that I have to consider. One is an assault weapon is going to destroy my house. Secondly, am I the kind of person, and this is what you have to decide for yourself, am I a person that could actually shoot someone else? If my answer to that is yes, and I can react quickly, then that could be a solution. However, most of us would not react in a timely manner and are putting at risk the entire family or anybody that's close to us. This is the amount of guns we have, and the lack of training is appalling. And it's embarrassing in this state. We're have a long history of gun safety training. And what we're doing now is we're just randomly killing people. And for some of the fear mongers are intentionally using the Second Amendment for the sale of guns, specifically assault weapons, and that they are intentionally destroying and killing our children. My personal human reaction is that anybody that kills a child or participates in the killing of a child by using the Second Amendment is a killer themselves. That's me. I'm not speaking for the organization when I say that. But in my mind, that person is a killer of children.
Thank you, members. Other questions of this panel? Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to Ms. Parker. In your testimony, you had mentioned AR-15s a couple of times. And so I'm wondering if, based on your understanding of this bill, does it apply just to AR-15s or does it apply more broadly? And if more broadly, do all of the firearms covered under the bill, do you think they fall under the category of assault weapon, whatever that is?
Ms. Parker.
Thank you for that question. I mentioned the AR-15 because I think that's the most common weapon out there. And I personally have used it, and I can understand why it's so popular. I know that this bill has many descriptive characteristics of weapons. It's very lengthy, and it even mentions specific manufacturers and stuff. So the bill goes way beyond the AR-15.
All right. Members, other questions? Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. And I'm grateful that you all are educators. I have a question for you in regards to some responses you may be seeing from students. We heard earlier they call themselves Generation Lockdown, and I'm sure teachers are aware as well. One of the things that I heard from students that I thought was striking, that I would love your thoughts on, in regards to this narrative of mental health support. Young people have talked about also what it means to talk about valuing each other's lives. And I'm curious where you may have seen any conversation like that pop up in schools, and what may need to come in addition to limiting weapons, access to weapons that can harm people like this, with other conversations, students want to be having in schools around the issue of mass shootings.
Ms. Leyba.
Thank you for that question. I think that we are re-traumatizing these students, because the truth is, it is still a very small number of people who are going to be involved in a mass shooting in a school. My family has had 2, which at the time it seemed unbelievable, but now it's more and more common. But we are desensitizing, and I've heard stories of high school kids in lockdowns making jokes like, I'm just gonna lay in your blood so they think I'm dead, and I'm just gonna push your body in front, because these kids are just trying to cope, right? But in doing so, we are devaluing life. I mean, we're teaching kids that this is just a normal part of life, and you might get shot, you might get killed, and it's every man for himself. So I think that we need to really take a hard look at our drills as well. That's a topic for another day. And address the mental health issues, and really come together as a community, which is why I spoke about the culture change. That I really hope that we all, everyone in this room, can come together and think about a culture change.
All right, thank you. Members, other questions? All right, sorry, Ms. Parker, if you want to speak to the same thing, and then actually that'll be it for time.
Thank you. I just wanted to give an example from the younger ages. When my granddaughter was 7 years old and she had a lockdown drill at her school, she came home and told her mother, you know what, I hope I'm out in the playground if we have a drill. I hope I'm there so I can just run home and that'll be the best thing. But that night when she went to bed, she said, Mom, I can't run home. I have to go back and get Brady. That was her kindergarten brother. She says, I've got to go get him. And this is what we're doing to our siblings who are in school. They figure they have to save their siblings' lives.
All right, thank you all. We are at time. Appreciate your being with us today. All right, so we'll do one more proponent panel, then we'll switch to 2 opponent panels. Next panel, and sorry, I may have some sort of handwriting issues up here. Do we have Beth Ertz, Kathy Hagan, Mary Liz Calloway, and Becca Venturella? All right, thank you all for being with us. Whoever would like to start off.
My name is Beth Ertz, and I'm a Colorado mom and public school teacher. As it's been noted today, research shows that mass shootings decreased during the federal prohibition on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Researchers also estimated that had the law remained in effect from 2005 through 2019, it would have prevented 30 mass shootings that resulted in the death of 339 people and wounded 1,139 more. Arguments centered around the idea that mass shootings don't account for a large enough proportion of death and injury by firearm to be a prevention priority show a blatant disregard for human life and civility. Every preventable death by firearm matters. To the argument that there are as many assault rifles as Ford F-150s, last I checked, F-150s aren't made to kill as many people as possible in as little time possible. From 2015 to 2022, mass shootings with 4 or more people killed where an assault weapon was used resulted in nearly 6 times as many people shot, more than twice as many people killed, and 23 times as many people wounded compared to those that did not involve the use of one. To the argument that this bill will affect details like silencing your weapon and accuracy, what else is that but for to kill? I don't know any hunters who hunt with an assault rifle. To the commenter speaking of the use of the deadly weapons on the range, we're not talking about the range. We're talking about our classrooms, our movie theaters, our grocery stores. There's no common sense argument that justifies the use of these weapons in our communities. If we're not listening to and protecting our children, something is wrong. As Americans, we're regularly terrorized by mass shootings using assault weapons. We cannot accept a world where we don't try everything possible to prevent tragedies like the King Soopers, Club Q, Aurora Theater, and Columbine shootings. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Kathy Hagan.
My name is Kathy Hagan. I'm from Erie. In 2018, 60 Minutes had an episode about AR-15s, calling them the weapon of choice for mass shooters. The program showed the difference between a bullet fired from a 9mm handgun and from an AR-15. They chose these 2 weapons because both are extremely popular in America. In a ballistics lab, they created a gelatin target that mimics human soft tissue. With a 9mm handgun, the bullet traveled at 800 miles per hour and sliced nearly straight through the gel. When they did the same with an AR-15, the ammunition traveled 2,000 miles per hour, a speed that would cross 6 football fields in 1 second. When the bullet entered the gel, it tumbled, exploded, and blasted a large cavity in the gel. A doctor on the program describes it as a bomb going off inside the body. The AR-15's high-velocity ammo is the nightmare of every American emergency room because the destruction is devastating and chance of survival is remote. On the program, they talk about the Sutherland Springs Texas Baptist Church, where 26 people were massacred in 2017. The gunman fired more than 450 rounds from his AR-15. A 5-year-old boy was shot 5 times and was found alive under the dead body of his stepmom.
He endured 24 surgeries to repair his arm, leg, pelvis, intestines, kidney, bladder, and hip. His doctor said at some point it's like putting Humpty Dumpty back together again. A 5-year-old boy. This is America we live in, where our children and citizens are murdered and traumatized by these weapons made for the battlefield. It's telling when we hear about a shooting involving an assault-style weapon, we know there will be mass casualties. We hope that the law enforcement that shows up has more powerful weapons than the shooter. Often they don't, because the shooter has weapons made for war. We don't have to live like this. Please pass this bill.
Thank you. We'll go next to Mary Calloway.
My name is Mary Liz Calloway. One of my family members was in the parking lot of the Boulder King Supers during the massacre, but he survived. Today, I want to speak about a hero who was not so fortunate that day. Officer Eric Talley, an 11-year veteran of the Boulder Police Department. Officer Talley had many years of experience with firearms. He charged into that supermarket with a gun drawn. The shooter, on the other hand, was a firearm novice. He had only owned his modified pistol for 6 days. And yet, Officer Talley was shot and killed within seconds of entering the grocery store. The shooter was using a modified Ruger's AR-556. It has been marketed as fun and easy to shoot. It was so easy to shoot that an experienced police officer fared no better than the 10 unarmed grocery shoppers who were surprised by the gunman and untrained in how to respond. Across the country, law enforcement have delayed intervening in mass shootings because of fears of being outgunned. In Uvalde, the Texas Tribune concluded that the first officers on the scene, quote, waited 77 minutes before confronting the gunman because they feared they lacked the firepower to compete with the military-style rifle. Eventually, there were close to 400 armed personnel at the school. On the other side of the classroom door, there was a single kid, barely past his 18th birthday, who had never fired a gun until that very day when he easily murdered 19 children and 2 teachers. It's time to get rid of these weapons. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Becca Venturella.
Hi, my name is Becca Venturella. I'm testifying on behalf of myself in support of HB 241292. Last year on February 13th, my cousin Alex Verner was tragically murdered in a mass shooting while attending class at Michigan State University. This horrific event is why I'm here, to honor Alex's memory along with her brother TJ, sister Charlie, and her parents Nancy and Ted Verner. I grew up as a military brat stationed around the US and overseas. I was taught situational awareness. I was vigilant for assailants or any suspicious activity. I knew that when my dad used his guns of war, there was one purpose for them: to end a human life. In the civilian world, you do not know where the threat lies. It could be anywhere. There is really no need for foreign terrorists to carry out acts of terrorism in the US. We as a country are doing this on our own every single day. Recently, I had a conversation with a preschool teacher. I asked her a question that I never imagined would come out of my mouth. Do you have a disgruntled teachers, students, parents, employees? If so, how have you managed those situations? What is your security and safety plan? What is the response time of emergency responders? I was shocked by her reply. If someone comes in here with an assault rifle, there is nothing we can do to protect your son. This is unacceptable. It is my deep hope that you will see this bill as a big step in protecting our loved ones from being murdered by weapons of war. According to an article from Giffords Law Center, during the 10-year period of the federal assault weapons ban was in effect, mass fatalities were 70% likely to occur compared to periods before or after the ban. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak in front of you today.
Thank you. Members, we will go to questions for this panel. Representative Amabile.
Thank you. I have just a comment, which is that in the King Super shooting, one of the things that really stood out for me is that nobody was injured. Everybody who was shot was killed. And I think you all articulated why that is. And thank you for being here and for sharing your stories.
Okay. Thank you all for your testimony this morning.
Okay, likewise, thanks for being with us. Okay, we'll rotate back to a few panels of opponents now. Craig Williams. Melissa Flanell. Aaron Case. Or Casey. Taylor Rhodes. All right, thank you all for being with us. Whoever would like to start off.
I'll go first. Hello, committee. My name is Melissa. I'm a firearms instructor, proud American, and today a concerned Colorado resident. I acquired my firearm instructor certification in 2015. In 9 years, I've certified over 6,000 women in 9 years. From a female perspective, these three issues aggravate me most. First, why is it that anti-gun left-wing representatives strongly feel it's a woman's right to choose whether they want an unborn child to live or die, but hypocritically want to control whether a woman lives or dies by taking away her choice to defend herself? As Kamala Harris recently asked pro-life activists, are you proud that women across our nation are suffering? Are you proud that you have robbed women of a fundamental freedom? Well, Kamala and anyone else favoring this bill, you're doing exactly that with my gun rights. Second, New York City, one of the most restrictive cities in the nation, is currently facing an increase in shootings in their subways. So much so the National Guard was brought in to protect the general public. And still, a shooting occurred last week. These deranged individuals are generally male, far heavier for anyone like myself to take down by physical force. Sadly, in New York, the reality of owning a firearm is negligible. Where do these laws end? When will it be enough? First, it's any handgun accepting or having a threaded barrel. Next, it will be any handgun accepting a magazine. Last, domestic violence has increased by 33% nationwide since the pandemic and hasn't decreased in 3 years, according to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Sadly, if this ban were to go into effect, victims would be limited to only low-capacity handguns and shotguns. While deemed scary and only used in 3% of mass shootings, ARs are a very practical option, especially in a handgun caliber, especially for women. They're lightweight, as low as 5 pounds, produce low levels of recoil, and aid in accuracy. Assault rifles, such as the AR-15s, as you say, aren't more dangerous as some claim. They don't fire faster, and they operate exactly the same way as a Ruger 10-22. That's a 22 caliber. Banning so-called assault weapons would only take firearms away from my home, not from criminals off the street. Violence is always going to exist. As women, we should possess the right to best defend ourselves, especially in this country. The fact that I'm here testifying to keep this inalienable right, a right outlined in our Constitution, should not be a reality in America. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Good morning. My name is Craig Williams. I'm here on behalf of myself and my store. I'm here to testify against this bill. First of all, I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Chair and representatives, for allowing us to speak. I lead off with a question and a statement. My statement is, bad guys with guns do not fear lawmakers. They fear good guys with guns, right? Well, actually, I just answered my question that I was about to go into. My thing is, banning what you guys call assault rifles or assault weapons is not going to do anything for the problems that we have, neither here or anywhere else, right? If you guys make these rifles that you guys so fear illegal, what will happen is they're going to find it out of somebody's trunk. Then the law enforcement, the gentleman sitting behind me in uniform, they're going to have a harder time dealing with everything that they already have to deal with. We do not sell firearms because we want to see people commit crimes. We sell firearms because we want people to be able to protect themselves, right? Anyone, are you on the podium that carries a firearm, know that you carry it for a reason. You carry it so you don't have to use it, not because you want to. Me having a firearm doesn't make me a bad person. It doesn't encourage me to go out and do violent acts. And I carry a firearm every day, everywhere I go, right? And I've never harmed anyone except for when I was in war. Now, I say to you guys, look into yourselves and answer this one question. What does a firearm do for you? You don't have to answer that to me. Answer it to yourself, right? Like I said, I know that it makes me feel safer because I know that there are bad actors out there. And we've been called warmonger or what was it?
Monsters.
Whatever, mongers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
My name is Aaron Casey. I've designed, manufacture, and sell AR-15s, AR-10s, suppressors, and suppressed shotguns. My business, Phoenix Weaponry, is located in Berthoud and is licensed and regulated through the BATF. There are not many AR manufacturers in the state of Colorado, and of those, I might be the largest. So I'm an expert on firearms. There's a lot of misinformation about these weapons, a lot of feelings and misguided behavior. Many of these rifles in this bill can and are used for hunting as long as they meet the minimum caliber and energy standards as listed in the Colorado hunting regulations. Thousands of people use these rifles for competition use every weekend. And with that being said, the Second Amendment is not and has never been about hunting or competition use. This bill has nothing to do whatsoever with crime or public safety. 93% of guns used in crimes are obtained illegally. Yet you failed to pass Colorado House Bill 112, changing theft of firearms from a misdemeanor to a felony. Instead, the legislature has chosen to punish law-abiding citizens with many misled anti-gun laws, a death by 1,000 cuts while wasting taxpayer dollars. A majority of homicides are related to cartels, gangs, and the drug trade. The United States is far from being a world leader in gun violence. We are, however, a world leader in our own citizens preventing mass shootings and other crimes. You're not touching the guns used by criminals. In fact, this legislature has recently declined to do so. No, this act takes away every citizen's right to protect themselves, their families, and their fellow citizens. Punishing law-abiding citizens, protecting criminals, in an Orwellian twist, calling it a crime bill. Unlike those of us in private business, members of this legislature cannot be held liable for their ignorance, negligence. I wonder how much enthusiasm there would be to pass a bill if this legislature was required to post a bond to cover damages it knows it will cause through lost business, jobs, revenue, inevitable, enormous litigation costs. I wonder how many of our state representatives would be sufficient courage to resign over this bill.
Thank you. Mr. Rhodes, please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Taylor Rhodes. I'm the Executive Director of Rocky Mountain Gun Owners. Today, I stand before you not just as an individual, but the voice of over 200,000 members and supporters vehemently opposed to House Bill 241292. Additionally, today, here with me in the hallway behind us are roughly 175,000 petitions expressing our collective opposition to this measure. Specifically, I bring your attention to roughly 30,000 of those petitions individually signed by RMGO members that reside directly in your districts, even in the Denver district, surprising. This bill, under the disguise of public safety, proposes sweeping prohibitions on so-called assault weapons. However, it fails to address the root causes of violence while simultaneously infringing upon the constitutional rights of peaceable citizens. The restrictions proposed by 241292 disproportionately affect those who adhere to the law. Remember, criminals by definition do not obey the law and will find ways to obtain firearms regardless of what laws are in place. This legislation before you will not deter those compelled to cause harm. Instead, it will leave the next generation of peaceable Coloradans defenseless in the face of danger. Moreover, this bill introduces severe financial penalties for violations, further exemplifying a punitive approach towards gun ownership, a fundamental right protected by our United States Constitution. Moreover, the exclusions within this bill for the government agents and officers underscore a troubling message. Trust the government, not the people. Let me be clear. If this bill is signed into law before the ink is dried, I will file a lawsuit. I can promise you that. Today and likely into the evening, as we discuss the merits of this bill, I demand you to consider the voices of myself and the 200,000 members and supporters of Rocky Mountain Gun Owners. Vote no on this bill.
Thank you. Members, are there questions? All right, Rep. Evans, then Rep. Armagost, then Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Williams. In your comments, I think I heard you mention that you were also a veteran in addition to working in the firearms community now. My question to you is, whenever we have these discussions, we hear a lot of terms like weapons of war used on the battlefield. Are you aware of any military or any army that uses AR-15s? And if not, can you comment on the difference between AR-15s and what small arms those militaries might use?
Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir. Thanks for the question. Yes, I am a veteran, proud United States Army veteran. No, I can't recall one military that I know uses the AR-15. We talk a lot about the firearms, these weapons of war. In war, we use M16, the M4, similar platform. However, we're talking the difference between semi-automatic and a fully automatic weapon. Now, fully automatic weapon is what I used when I was at war because I wanted to take down enough people in a short space of time. Semi-automatic weapon, a pistol, is the movement of the trigger finger. That's how many rounds you dispense. So thank you again for that question.
Okay, Rep. Armagost, then Madam Vice Chair, then Rep. Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's for Mr. Casey. Thank you for coming out and representing Berthoud. I know you hunt way more than I do, and the firearms that you manufacture, the suppressors you manufacture, the firearms that you modify, how many of those are designed for hunting purposes?
Mr. Casey.
The majority of our firearms are used for hunting purposes.
And sorry, I'll just remind witnesses when you're answering, just so everybody out there can hear it, please make sure the mic's on with the gray button. You can repeat your answer, sir.
Most of the weapons that we manufacture are used for hunting purposes in general, but also self-defense is the second most largest category.
Okay, Rep. Armagost, go ahead.
And just to be clear, those are mostly AR platform firearms.
Almost exclusively.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair, then Rep. Woodrow.
And this might be for Ms. Flanell or Mr. Williams, or quite frankly, anyone. Also, Mr. Williams, I will keep my promise. I'm sorry for not having visited your shop. I wanted to say that on a microphone. It is not your contention that people can't still defend themselves without assault weapons, is it? I mean, I believe that we are not, as was pointed out earlier, we're not talking about handguns. But I heard a lot of arguments, particularly about, for example, women not being defend themselves. I just want to be sure of what is being said here.
So right now, you're going after 80% of firearms. Currently, there are a huge influx of bills on the table. As I specifically pointed out New York City because as the population expands, the cities grow, there are more bills and more bills. In New York, it's only 5 rounds allowed. So, and in my experience, most women, they do have a harder time controlling recoil. They cannot potentially take down their threat in 5 rounds. It is maybe these bills that are on the table now, but it's a slow degradation of our rights and of the firearms that will be readily available.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. I just wanted to ask the question. Are you saying that people cannot defend themselves with handguns?
Thank you again for that question. No, we're not saying that. Everything goes on to training, right? Luckily for me, I was in the military, then I was in law enforcement. I have been trained to defend myself using what I have right now, right? However, not everybody has been trained that way. And we're not saying that taking away these is taking away the rights for people to defend themselves. However, what we're saying is it starts somewhere. And in the bill that is being proposed, there are portions of this bill that clearly states certain things that would make certain of the pistols that women, mostly women, use to defend themselves a part of this bill. So then it would take away because it would carry a magazine and some kind of barrel shroud or something. So a pistol would fall in that category. A compensator. So.
Yeah.
Mr. Rhodes, and then we're going to move to the next question.
So I can add to this. So we've done an assessment on the guns on the common market right now. Roughly 80% of firearms sold at Cabela's would be banned. The reason for that is because of the semi-automatic and then all of the multitude of things. The Glock that I carry on my hip almost every day would be banned under this bill because it has a semi-automatic detachable magazine and a threaded barrel. I fall into that category of guns that women carry. I do. It's a great gun. You should all buy them. Glock 19 threaded barrel with a compensator. You should buy one. But that gun would be banned. A Glock pistol would be banned under this bill.
All right, Rep. Woodrow had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, I believe you said that one of the key differences is fully automatic versus semi-automatic, and you're limited by how fast your finger can move. According to the manuals of your typical AR-15, has a firing rate of about 45 rounds per minute, and some would say 60 rounds per minute. Do you dispute that?
Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir. Thanks for the question. Yes, I do dispute that because not everybody's finger is able to move the same speed, right? Just like not every car is able to drive at the same speed, right? So what I'm saying to you is there is a difference, like you just stated, in fully auto and semi-auto. Fully automatic weapons, you squeeze that trigger and it keeps on firing until that magazine goes out. Now you're talking about that 60 round per however many seconds or whatever. Now, based on your finger and your ability to keep that weapon pointed in the same direction is how it's gonna determine how many rounds you could shoot and how quickly and how effectively.
Rep. Woodrow.
Yeah, so just to be clear, I said 60 rounds in a minute, so that's 1 per second. Do you dispute that would allow you to kill an awful lot of people if you wanted to? And also, you said to stay on target. Isn't one of the benefits of an AR-15 style rifle that it has lower recoil energy, so you can actually stay on target versus a more powerful hunting rifle?
Mr. Williams.
Okay, we're kind of getting into semantics right now. Okay. However, I'm going to answer your question. I'm not being rude. I'm going to answer your question by just stating that using a bolt action, I have been trained enough. I have trained myself, let me say, enough with a bolt action to where I could fire just as much rounds with a bolt action as I could with a AR-15. Right? Again, things go to training. Right? What you've trained yourself to do is what you'll be able to do. You've trained enough people to use a firearm in self-defense measures, and they're able to do so because you've trained them. Now, as far as the recoil is concerned, I fired enough firearms that for someone like me, recoil is not an issue. Maybe it is for someone else, maybe it isn't.
We're at time, but last question is going to go to Rep. Herod very quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this will be really quick. We've had a lot of conversation in this committee related to gun bills and the cost of them. So since you all are very well versed in the cost of the firearms, can you give me a range of the cost of these semi-automatic weapons or the weapons that you were talking about, maybe from Cabela's or from your gun shop or from anywhere else? What is the cost here?
Mr. Rhodes.
Well, it kind of depends, right? So the Glock pistol I was alluding to earlier, maybe a $500 weapon, right? On the high end, ARs can be, $3,000, $4,000, very expensive.
Okay. Anyone else?
ARs will generally run somewhere around $500 to $600, moving up into the $8,000 to $10,000 range.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's nothing under $200 though.
No, ma'am, not that we're aware of.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, members. We need to wrap there. Thank you for testifying with us. Okay. Next panel. And Mr. Stevens and crew, this may be a hybrid panel, not sure. Can we please invite Ian Escalante, Hannah Hill, sorry, I'm trying to decipher some handwriting here. JD Murphy, Amanda Harden, And I'm sorry, is there a Brendan Hera? Okay, sir, please come up. Okay, whoever would like to start us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ian Escalante. I'm here representing for 200,000 members and supporters of Rocky Mountain gun owners in strong opposition to this bill. Since 2013, this body has mounted a concerted effort, the objection to extinct the Second Amendment in our state. This body has shown time and time again its pure contempt for not just our rights, but for gun owners as a whole. House Bill 1292 is no different. This bill is so sweeping, it would honestly be easier for me to describe the weapons that are not banned under this bill than the ones that are banned. And quite frankly, all the weapons that are banned under this bill just so happen to be 90% of the inventory that you see on your local gun shops. This bill will close gun shops from Holyoke to Durango. It will decimate the firearms industry here in the state of Colorado. Many, many individuals who have their livelihoods on the line, invested in gun shops, will lose it, and they will lose their life's work. Let's be clear. The motive here is to force gun owners and gun shops out of the state. And it's been said by individuals who have sponsored the bill, as well as its supporters and enablers. Make no mistake, this has nothing to do with safety. This has to do with disarmament. And quite frankly, I'm sick and tired of members and politicians across the board scapegoating families and grieving children to fuel their obsession with power and their obsession with disarmament. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Whoever would like to go next. Little gray button on the microphone stem. It's on the stem of the microphone.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Hannah Hill. I'm the Executive Director of the National Foundation for Gun Rights. And I am here to tell y'all, if you've passed this bill, we will file a lawsuit to overturn it. We are currently suing the state of Colorado already over the magazine ban, and we will very happily add this law to it. The Second Amendment is very clear. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But the Supreme Court has also been clear in its 2008 Heller decision. It said that you cannot ban weapons that are in common use for lawful purposes, and it does not get more common than the guns that y'all are proposing to ban today. Bruins reiterated that and reiterated the fact that you cannot treat the Second Amendment as a second-class right. It is not a second-class right. It is a right that is an inalienable right that came from God himself. Our founders did not invent the Second Amendment. Our founders did not invent the right to self-defense. They simply enshrined it in the Constitution to keep, frankly, people like you from trying to take that right away from us. The Supreme Court has said very clearly that the enshrinement of these constitutional rights necessarily takes certain policy choices off the table. That includes banning weapons that are in common use for self-defense. Now, I'm not telling y'all anything you don't know. You know this. We all know this. What you're proposing to do is to trample on the Constitution and your oath of office and the right that is given to us by God. If you vote for this bill, I pray God will forgive you, but the National Association for Gun Rights will not. And you can prepare to meet us in court if you vote for this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Amanda Harden. I'm a gun owner, a commercial real estate broker, a firearms instructor, a registered nurse, a Red Cross instructor, a single mother, and I am in opposition of House Bill 1292. The opening comments were emotional, not factual. Everyone here agrees they do not want to live in fear of violence, and that is why I'm a gun owner. Every one of the mass shooting examples given, I believe we're in gun-free zones. You cannot legislate away evil, period. But you can defend yourself against evil. I want to be clear, this is not an assault weapons ban bill. The language in this bill makes it a gun ban bill. None of my guns are assault weapons. They're for sport and self-defense, not assault. I promise you, if a bad person with a gun shows up, I'm going to protect myself, my loved ones, and you. I have the right to not be murdered, and I have the right to defend myself in any manner necessary. So why am I a gun owner? I was raped as a teenager, I was stalked as a single mother, and I encountered a violent man that was trespassing in a vacant property when I entered to show an office building. All of these things are illegal, and all of these things happened to me, and I said never again. 2 years ago, I arrived at Union Station on the light rail train. It was late, it was dark, and I was accosted by an agitated and aggressive man demanding I give him my train ticket. Last week on Federal Boulevard and 38th here in Denver, 4 men surrounded my car and would not move away until I gave them money. They had tools in their hands that absolutely could have been used to break my glass and assault me. You better believe I went into high alert and questioned if I had enough rounds on me to defend myself if it became necessary. Roughly 3 rounds per man, 4 men. I needed about 16 rounds if they got violent with me. In my home, I most certainly will use an AR rifle for self-defense, no question. I might need a higher round count and I might need to shoot rapidly. How many people might come into my house? I'm now also involved in the shooting sports.
All right, thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
Everybody, thank you.
Please make sure the mic's on.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much for having me here today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. It's truly my honor to be able to spend my time here testifying for the constitutionally guaranteed rights of American citizens, but it's equally disheartening and frustrating that I even have to. My name is Brandon Herrera. I'm a licensed 0702 FFL firearm manufacturer, and I am deeply opposed to the unconstitutional anti-gun measure being forced down the throats of law-abiding American citizens today. Speaking directly now to the voters of Colorado for a moment, unfortunately, some of your politicians are voting in support of this bill, not because it's going to help you, not because it's going to reduce crime. They see the statistics, or at least they should. They know this is useless garbage that doesn't actually solve anything. If they actually wanted to protect students, they would introduce bills that actually protect schools with armed security, making them hard targets, and not focus on punishing law-abiding gun owners of Colorado. But here we are. The reason they're voting for this is because they're caving, because selling your rights away is currently politically convenient. It's insane for members to sit here and listen to folks who quite frankly have no clue about firearms other than the things they've been told by anti-gun politicians who were informed by people who have no clue about firearms, aside from what they, so on and so forth. I've yet to hear a single actual expert testify in favor of this bill today. To put these uninformed opinions above the Constitution is leading to some pissed off constituents, and it should. Speaking of pissed off constituents, there's a pile of almost 200,000 petitions sitting outside this chamber that you guys won't allow in. These petitions right here. There are dollies outside of this room loaded with these petitions, almost 200,000 of your voters begging you to listen to them. Try not to trip over them on the way out. Thank you. God bless.
All right, members, questions of anyone on this panel? Rep. Evans, then Rep. Armagast.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Escalante. It's a follow-up from a question with the previous panel. Page 8 of this bill, starting line 19, it starts talking about semi-automatic pistols. So the follow-up from the previous panel was that this bill would impact about 80% of firearms sold in the state of Colorado. Can you just expound on this? Are we talking an assault weapons ban here? Or are we talking pistols, shotguns, things that are used for lawful concealed carry holders, et cetera?
Mr. Escalante.
Thank you. Well, as we like to say at Rocky Mountain Gun Owners, this ain't your grandfather's assault weapons ban. This doesn't just go after your AKs or your ARs or all the quote unquote scary weapons of war that have been talked about today. This also goes after anything with a detachable magazine, a barrel shroud, pistol grip, semi-automatic, and threaded barrel. So pretty much if the gun can receive a suppressor, it is banned under this bill. As Taylor mentioned earlier, and I'll mention too, I also carry a Glock. That Glock would be banned. The SIG P365 Rose would be banned because of its compensator. This does not just go after your long guns. This would go after 80%, I might even be able to argue 90% of weapons in common use. Like I said during my testimony, it's easier to describe the weapons that aren't banned under this bill than the ones that are. I can list those off for you really quickly. Pea shooters, cylinder weapons, lever action, bolt action. Right there. Those are the only things that will not be banned under this bill. So I also mentioned this too. You go to your local gun shop, what do you see? 90% of the inventory are these exact weapons. This is going to destroy and put gun shops out of business. And quite frankly, I think that's the purpose of this bill.
Rep. Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Herrera. As far as AKs are concerned, I know you have a pretty nice collection. I've seen probably only a fraction of it. With the amount of firearms that you have for sport and otherwise, why have you never committed a public mass shooting with access like you have to firearms like that?
Mr. Herrera.
You know, there's a funny saying that I like. It's, you take an axe away from an axe murderer, it doesn't suddenly make him a good person. And realistically, that kind of speaks to it's the intent of the person. You know, I heard somebody comparing AR-15s to F-150s, saying that, you can't, F-150 wasn't designed to cause as much death as possible. It's like it absolutely can. It's one of the deadliest things on the road. You can do a lot of damage with a 6,000-pound projectile. But if that's what you drove here, why didn't you kill pedestrians on the way here? It's all about the intent of the person, not the tool used. Honestly, there's a lot of tools. The AR-15 just happens to be the one they're going after today. And it's just like the other tools. It can be used as a weapon to destroy and a tool to build. It can be used to hunt. It can be used to protect yourself. It can be used for all sorts of legal, lawful, and morally correct methods.
All right, Madam Vice Chair, then Rep. Mabry.
Thank you. I just kind of want to build upon that note a little bit and quite frankly, just ask. I mean, you're not saying, I've heard about, punishing law-abiding citizens, but you're not saying that mass shooters were also law-abiding citizens until they weren't, right?
Well, killing people is illegal.
Well, first of all, I wasn't finished asking my question, but
my apologies.
And I also didn't hear your answer, so I'll probably just ask you to repeat what you said. But I mean, I think that's kind of like some of the points that we're making here. Like, I don't think many of us have talked about, crime in general. We're talking about, and particularly as was pointed out in the title, that there were plenty of people who executed a plan of mass death who were law-abiding citizens and had access legally or through their own family of getting these weapons. I mean, that's not what you're saying when you say we're punishing law-abiding citizens as well, is it? And then perhaps you can repeat what you said because I didn't hear what you
My apologies for cutting you off. I just said that murder is illegal already. So they cease to be a law-abiding citizen in the moment.
All right, hold on.
What is not being addressed is mental health and hopelessness. The most dangerous person ever is a hopeless person.
All right. One person's going to talk at a time. Madam Vice Chair.
But I think that's what I'm saying. I don't disagree with you that murder is illegal. But the point that I'm making is law-abiding citizens, because I'm here, that's what I'm asking, because I'm hearing you saying we're punishing law-abiding citizens, right? But law-abiding citizens have access to these weapons. They are law-abiding until they kill people. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out by way of a clarification of what we're saying here. So I don't disagree with you, but it doesn't match what I think I'm hearing. And that's why I'm asking for clarification.
Mr. Escalante.
So by that philosophy, everyone should just be looked at as a ticking time bomb of insanity. Is that, yes, they were law-abiding citizens until they weren't. Can't necessarily predict who's not going to be a law-abiding citizen, but what we can do is we can give good, peaceful gun owners the tools and utilities that they need to be able to defend themselves against whatever kind of danger that may come before them, whether it's a home invasion, whether it's, at a movie theater, or whether it's at a shopping mall or in a park.
All right. We've been able to get our last witness on this panel online. We're going to pause at 2 minutes of remaining time for questions. We'll invite Mr. Murphy to make his comments, then we'll come back to questions, and Rep. Mabry was next. Sir, please go ahead.
Cool. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is J.D. Murphy. I'm a Colorado native, a father, a gun store owner. I represent my family, my business, and a multitude of FFLs here in Colorado. I'm here to testify in opposition of this bill. It restricts free Colorado citizens their constitutionally right constitutionally protected right to bear arms, and it's ludicrous to restrict those folks their natural right to self-defense, preservation, and safety. I believe those in favor and in opposition want the same thing. They want to be safe. I believe there are plenty of ways that we can exponentially increase the safety of our community without unconstitutionally banning inanimate objects. The question is, why aren't we doing it? We've already heard from a few, and I'm sure we'll hear from plenty more today of all kinds of folks that agree, and I agree, it's unfair to live in fear of going to school. However, I challenge those parents and students and teachers who will testify, instead of banning these firearms, you should ask, why is there a proposed bill that would decrease your protection in schools? Why are these elected officials not willing to increase your protection in our schools? You want to be safe? Why are they not willing to let you be safe? You cannot legislate hate. You cannot legislate evil or hate out of people. Those hell-bent on doing harm rarely choose places that shoot back, just so you know. I want my children to be safe just like you want your children to be safe. I would support those who would want to make them safe. This bill will negatively affect my business. You'll hear and have the opportunity to hear from over 25 of my employees today who are here to tell you about how it will negatively affect their life. Combine that with the over 2,000 FFL holders in this entire state, where you will limit over 90% of the things that I can sell. Are you prepared to eradicate those people's livelihood? On behalf of myself, my employees, and other gun store owners, and over the 200,000 petitions that are sitting on the floor outside, I urge the members of these committees to uphold their sworn duty.
All right, sir. Thank you. We have run to time. Members will go back to questions. Rep. Mabry had a question waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first thing I want to note is I think there's a pretty big difference between an F-150 and an assault weapon. An F-150 is designed to take you from point A to point B, and an assault weapon is designed to kill as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. My question has to do with the difference between this country and every other country. There was a study released last year. The United States has had 57 times as many school shootings as every other G7 country combined. My question is for anybody on the panel, why? Why is that?
Mr. Herrera.
Because of the way you track your statistics. That statistic is a sham. I've seen it. A negligent discharge in a parking lot that injures nobody is counted as a school shooting in that statistic. It's horrific. There's lies, damnable lies in statistics, as the story goes.
Other questions of this panel? Rep. Herod. Okay, this may be the last question.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I guess it's interesting how people feel like the data that doesn't support their basis is a sham. But you said something that I'm very confused about, which is a discharge in a school parking lot that doesn't kill anyone shouldn't be included. It could kill someone. I think the fact that you're in a school parking lot and there are kids who are then put in lockdown or worried that there's someone out there shooting, we should be concerned that there are gunshots, intentional or unintentional, in a school parking lot. So are you saying that that shouldn't matter?
Mr. Herrera.
To clarify about that, on that specific instance,
Please.
two teenagers that are going hunting later have a negligent discharge in a parking lot after hours when school is not in session at, let's say, 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. That would count as a school shooting in that statistic.
Okay. All right. We are at time on this panel. Thank you all for being with us. All right. Next panel will be folks who signed up in support. Again, if our VMC team could please look out for folks who might be online. County Commissioner Marta Locamin. Do we have Carl Ham? Do we have Harrison Tarter? All right, sir, please come up. And do we have Mark Gonzalez? All right, we'll invite our witness who is in the room to start us off while we get the rest of the folks connected online. Thanks for being with us, and please go ahead.
You guys hear me?
Little gray button on the stem.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Harrison Tarter. I'm here representing the Vet Voice Foundation. Vet Voice has thousands of supporters in Colorado. We focus on a variety of issues important to veterans, and I'm testifying today because the Vet Voice Foundation strongly supports HB 1292. As a U.S. Army Cavalry Scout, I carried, cleaned, trained, and shot with my M4, the military version of an AR-15, more days than I could count. I understand the power, purpose, and lethality of these weapons. In the military, we use assault rifles to take human life quickly and efficiently. Too often, that's exactly how they are used here at home. For some reason, our country is unable to accept reasonable trade-offs in order to protect our most vulnerable, our children. Without the passage of this bill, these rifles will continue to flood our population. Inevitably, they will fall into the hands of dangerous people who wish to do harm, and we will see more mass shootings. More than 80% of the assailants responsible for K through 12 shootings stole their guns from a family member, and that statistic is from the Justice Department. I would like to emphasize the difference between a military-style assault rifle and a handgun. It's more than just the maximum effective range of the weapon. The velocity and the spin of the rifle's bullet as it hits its target often bounces and ricochets through the human body. This makes emergency medical care that much more difficult after a mass shooting event, resulting in greater casualties. I point this out to not allow the whitewashing of these weapons as simply a different variety of firearm like a shotgun, pistol, or hunting rifle. These weapons are many times more effective at taking human life. These weapons were meant for use in war. I cannot reconcile the sight of civilians on the streets of Colorado equipped with a weapon I carried in the deserts of Afghanistan.
All right, thank you very much, sir. And are you Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir, I am.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Sure, the mic's on.
There we go. How's that? Okay, thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the panel, my name is Mark Gonzalez, and I'm a Navy veteran. In my 28-year career, I served in various security-related positions, such as boarding crew member, boarding officer, and I served with Naval Special Warfare and deployed to support Operation Iraqi Freedom in support of SEAL Team 4 and Special Boat Team 22. During my career, I trained and qualified as an expert marksman on the M16 and the M4, which are the military's version of a semi-automatic assault-style rifle, commonly called an AR-15 in the civilian version. As a proud resident of Colorado, I could not be more pleased with the actions our lawmakers are taking to prevent unneeded gun violence. While certain features differ, there's no difference in the lethality of the AR-15, the M16, and the M4. Their singular design purpose is to take human life, and they do it quickly and efficiently. We have seen on the battlefields of Iraq and Afghanistan and elsewhere around the world, and unfortunately, we've also seen this too often in our schools, our movie theaters, our grocery stores, our nightclubs, and public places all over Colorado and the nation. There is no place in a civilized society for unfettered access to weapons which were designed to be on the battlefield. Speaking as a veteran and a proud resident of the state of Colorado, it is imperative that we join together as Coloradans to prohibit the purchase of assault rifles and to limit their access. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And if you'll both please hold for questions, we'll go to Mr. Ham online. Sir, if you can hear us, feel free to activate your camera and please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Carl Ham, representing Colorado Cease Fire, and I rise in support of HB 1292. As a veteran, having served in the Vietnam War, I have seen firsthand the results of assault weapons use. Assault weapons are weapons of war and were designed to enable a shooter of any competency to kill as many people as possible in a short period of time. These guns are brutally effective. Now those very design traits have been turned over to the civilian population and with deadly results. They are weapons of choice for most mass shooters, from Colorado's Columbine High School to the Aurora Theater massacre, from Boulder King Super's mass shootings to the Uvalde elementary shooting in which the gunman had an AR-15. According to Everytown's research from 2009 to 2022, 9 out of 10 mass shooting incidents with the most casualties involved the use of at least one assault weapon. Assault weapons were designed to be weapons of war, but have turned on the civilian population in a seemingly unending litany of mass shootings. These weapons are designed to be killing machines. The bullets hit with such high velocity, they massively destroy human tissue. The time is long past due to ban the sale of Colorado of these weapons of mass destruction. Thus, I urge approval of HB 1292. Get these weapons of death off the streets and out of the hands of the wrong people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think we had, one of the names I called was not available. Do we have a Julie Ort in the room? Okay, if Julie wants to join us up here. And then we'll go to, oh wait, all right, you know what? Looks like we have the commissioner online. Commissioner Lookhameen, why don't you please go ahead?
Okay, buenas tardes. Chair Wiseman, Vice Chair Bacon, Representative Mobley, and members of the committee. I'm Martha Loachman, Boulder County Commissioner, testifying in support on behalf of myself, my constituents, my family, and Boulder County on House Bill 1292. As a Latina, a mother of 2 young men, a former educator, and a leader of a local government agency with over 2,500 staff members, I think about preventing gun violence, prevention, our work every single day. Thanks to the local control given to us as local elected officials with the passage of SB 256 in 2021, the Board of Boulder County Commissioners passed 5 local ordinances last year, including a prohibition on the sale and purchase of assault weapons, large capacity magazines, and trigger activators in Boulder County. As I have testified in this committee before, gun violence disproportionately impacts Black and brown bodies in this country and in Colorado. We are in a public health crisis, and the status of mass shootings in Colorado has already been discussed today. Last year, I hosted a group of students here in Boulder County in our hearing room. Students stood at the podium and asked, what am I really doing to address gun violence? They asked, why wasn't I doing more? I live in Longmont, where my own sons went through an active shooter incident. As a teacher, I worked with students during active shooter drills. Boulder tragically lost residents in a mass shooting at King Soopers in 2021. Assault weapons are military-grade weapons designed for modern combat and have no place or need for civilians in our community. Also, research has shown that firearm purchasers with criminal histories are more likely to buy assault weapons. Those weapons and these weapons that we're talking about are regularly used in violent crime beyond mass shootings, including violence against law enforcement officers. As an elected official, we've done much at the local level, and we recognize that action is still required at the state and federal level. And we ask for your yes vote today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner, if you'll please hold, we have one more witness to hear from, and then we'll open up for questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Chairman Wiseman, Vice Chair Bacon, and members of the committee. My name is Julie Ord. I live in Highlands Ranch, and I'm here today representing myself in support of this bill. As I testified last year for a similar bill, I was shot when I was 13 years old, rendered immediately paralyzed from the chest down from a .25 caliber bullet fired from a handgun during a childhood prank. I don't doubt that every person present today is acutely aware that firing a gun at another individual is a forever decision. There is no putting the bullet back in the gun. There is no slowing or stopping the trajectory of destruction. By design, that is what a gun does. I will never know for certain if the homeowner who made the forever decision to shoot me because I was TPing his yard decided to spray those 3 to 5 bullets at 10 girls running as fast as they could down a very steep driveway away from him because he was provoked by fear, anger, or anxiety. I only know that it happened in an instant, seconds after he opened his door. My shooting in 1981 was a nightmare. I live with the consequences of it every minute of every day of my life. Had the homeowner owned and fired an assault weapon with semi-automatic firing action in a muzzle velocity 4 times that of a handgun, with the capability of discharging multiple rounds in seconds, my singular shooting would have likely resulted in a massacre of all of us girls. No one here should kid themselves. Assault weapons are designed for war, are reckless even in the hands of responsible gun owners, particularly in those forever moments inevitably fraught with fear, anger, or anxiety. They are even more devastating in the hands of those intent on harm or mass death. These weapons hold the potential to wreak damage beyond what is reasonable or responsible. I ask you to support this important legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing. And now we'll go to questions. Rep. Mabry, then Rep. Evans, then Rep. Armagost, then I may have some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate the perspective of Mr. Tarter and I think it was Mr. Gonzalez. I might have got that wrong. Okay, great. Well, thank you for being here. You know, I often feel when we're having these conversations that there's a lot of obfuscation going on and saying, oh, you don't know the definition of this gun, you don't know the definition of this gun. You know, we're banning everything that's on the shelf. And I find that frustrating because I do think that there is a distinction between your everyday handgun. And then I just want to read something really quick. James Holmes, in just 2 minutes, it took him 2 minutes to kill 12 people and injure 57, upend the lives of hundreds of their relatives and loved ones. And he carried out this mission with meticulous planning and astonishing speed. Within 90 seconds, he was able to shoot more than 70 people. So my question is for Mr. Tarter and Mr. Gonzalez, would that be possible with a weapon that is not covered under this legislation?
Mr. Tarter.
So with the level of speed and lethality it would be highly unlikely because you have a situation where you have to reload more often, the bullets don't. So I'm not a ballistics expert, but what I know from my background in the military, when you have, say you have a recoil handgun, when that bullet enters the body, it's more likely to be a linear projection. And oftentimes that creates it creates less damage inside the body because it doesn't have that ricochet effect. And because of that, the lethality of when you do get shot is oftentimes less in that instance. So in that case, Mr. Holmes would not be able to be as deadly.
Yes, sir, and I definitely agree with that. I think there's a couple of different factors that you look at when combined increase the lethality, which he had access to in the situation that you mentioned. You know, first of all is, you know, the capability of the firing rate capability of the weapon that he used. Secondly is the presence of high capacity magazines and the ability to shoot more without having to reload and take that sort of a time. So I do agree with with the discussion. The question is, I think, a very, very fair and valid one. And then to say again that you're talking about multiple capabilities that increase that lethality.
Okay, Rep. Evans, then Rep. Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Tarter. Thank you for your service. Did a combat tour overseas myself, so we can discuss firearms and what is and is not a weapon of war all day.
Thank you.
My question to you is page 8, line 19. This talks about semi-automatic pistols. It seemed like a lot of your comments were structured around long guns. In your opinion, do you think this section here about semi-automatic pistols is necessary, given this seems like the scope of your comments was talking about the difference between handguns and rifles?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. I appreciate your service as well. And so my interpretation of what this bill reads, it's a standard features test. And so I I would argue that, yes, my comments are surrounded primarily on the weapon that I carried in Afghanistan. And so I will leave it at that. But in terms of, am I comfortable with what features, what weapons are described in the bill? Absolutely.
Rep. Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is framed also combat veterans served overseas. So talking about weapons of war, I do have AR platforms, multiple. The concerning thing to me is my shotguns and my hunting rifles that are wooden stock don't have the appearance of what would be considered an assault weapon. But for what I mentioned earlier, my Browning 30-06, it's a semi-automatic. Because it's got a threaded barrel and would hold a suppressor, would be considered an assault weapon under this bill. 5-round capacity, semi-automatic Browning 30-06. Weapon of war, because the 30-06 is a 30 caliber cartridge that was designed in 1906 for the U.S. military. But that's what is wooden stock and everything else is designed for hunting. So if anyone on the panel can tell me where you would draw the line personally of what would be considered an assault weapon versus what would be considered a hunting rifle or shotgun for that matter.
Mr. Tartar or Mr. Gonzalez?
And I think that's a fair question. I think that the spirit of the legislation as proposed does factor on certain characteristics of that. For us, that's not the decision of any one of us. In order to say your 30-06 would fall under that or not. That is within the language of the bill as provided. So if you're asking me if it falls under personal defense, a handgun, if it falls under hunting, that's fine. There's certain sport target shooting that where the design is actually in a sporting purpose, that can be included in exceptions. But for what is specifically included and excluded, that's already communicated in the bill as I read it.
And just to kind of reiterate what I said to Representative Evans, I'm comfortable with, and we're comfortable with the language that's in the bill, the features test. I hear your perspective, but that's the position that I hold.
All right, thank you. I think Mr. Tartar or Mr. Gonzalez, I have a few real short questions for you. So in your service, depending on the need, Mr. Tartar specifically, you referred to M16s or the short-barreled M4 version. I imagine you both had service pistols. The effective range of the M16 or the M4 was approximately what?
So the effective range of an M4A1, which is what I served in as a Cav Scout, is about 600 meters.
The effective range of a service pistol is what?
Considerably less. It depends.
Thank you. Muzzle velocity of the M4 or the M16 is what?
So it depends. It depends on the situation. It's the same dynamic, considerably faster. It's the rate of spin.
Yeah. And you see the next question, muzzle velocity of a round from the barrel of a standard issue pistol.
It's considerably less.
All right. Thank you. Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we're sort of getting into definitions of what's covered here. I would be interested to know if there were people who were clearly opposed to this bill who would support it if we actually came to the table and narrowed it to shooting to weapons like the ones used in Aurora. That's just as an aside. My question is for Ms. Ort. Earlier on the last panel, I had asked a question about how there are 57 times more mass shootings in the United States than there are in all of the other G7 countries combined. I'm curious if you have an answer as to why.
That was to me, directed to me. Again, we have a culture of gun ownership, which is fine. But these mass weapons that are out there, they're being more used. They're being glamorized. We have students that are, we have people who are under distress who are using them against other people. And again, the capacity of these weapons, there's just no denying that the damage that can be done. So again, we need to think about this. We're talking about seconds of reaction. Okay. And so even a responsible gun owner in that moment, when we're talking even about self-defense, we have seconds to make a decision about what we're doing. And these weapons fire so many bullets at such speed, at such a time that there's not the control that we normally would have. There's not that pause. They're reckless. They're weapons that can be used. They're designed for that purpose. They're designed to shoot as many people as possible. And again, that's why I think we have this problem in the United States, is that we support those kind of guns. It's fine to want a weapon for self-defense, but these weapons are reckless in their use. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we have run to time on this panel. Thank you all for testifying with us today. Thank you to our online witnesses. You're free to hop off. Okay, next panel will be folks who signed up in opposition. We will invite a couple of our elected county sheriffs to come forward. Darren Weekly, Dave Martin, Matt King, Brian Williams, please. All right, thank you all for being with us. Whoever would like to start off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Darren Weekly, the elected sheriff of Douglas County, a community of nearly 400,000 people, and I'm here representing many of my constituents as well as the county sheriffs of Colorado. This is nearly the same bill that was killed last year and that the Second Amendment advocates predicted was coming. This isn't about keeping people safe and holding criminals accountable or removing guns from those who suffer from mental illness. This is another legislative attempt to further restrict the constitutional Second Amendment rights of otherwise law-abiding citizens. Approximately 25 million Americans own AR platform rifles, and at least another 52 million own semi-automatic handguns. With an estimated 81 million Americans owning firearms, it's clear that guns and responsible gun owners aren't the problem, nor the cause of mass shootings. I've been a Colorado law enforcement officer for over 30 years. In 30 years, I've seen many tragedies involving firearms, tragedies with citizens, and tragedies involving my friends and subordinates who were killed or severely injured in the line of duty. Not once did it occur to me to blame the gun. It was the criminal who pulled the trigger. It's not gun violence. It's violence perpetrated by criminals who use a gun to commit these horrific acts. After 30 years in law enforcement, I also know that criminals do not care about gun laws. Just like the two criminals that my deputies chased down this morning and arrested, and a gun was found at the scene. I'm just as disgusted as everyone else seeing the violence perpetrated with firearms. My staff is on the front line, putting their lives on the line every single day they come to work. But we must attack these problems without compromising constitutional rights and gradually and methodically chipping away at liberty under the guise of public safety. I respectfully ask you to vote no on this bill.
Sheriff, thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Good morning. Sheriff Dave Martin from Morgan County. Morgan County is located about 75 miles from here up the I-76 corridor. As a sheriff, deeply committed to upholding the Constitution and protecting the safety of our citizens, I feel compelled to speak out against the proposed assault weapons ban being considered today. First and foremost, let me be clear. I share the concerns about gun violence in our communities. Every incident of violence is a tragedy, and we must take meaningful steps to address it. However, targeting law-abiding citizens and gun owners restricting their rights is not the solution. The Second Amendment guarantees the right of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms, and any attempt to infringe upon that right is not only unconstitutional, but ineffective. Banning so-called assault weapons unfairly penalizes responsible gun owners who use these firearms for self-defense, hunting, and sport shooting. Moreover, it's important to recognize that the vast majority of gun crimes are committed with handguns, not so-called assault rifles. By focusing on these particular firearms, we're ignoring the root cause of the violence and failing to address the real issues at hand. Instead of pursuing ineffective bans, we should be focusing on comprehensive solutions that address mental health, enforce existing laws, improve access and resources for law enforcement. Let's work together to find common sense solutions, respect the rights of law-abiding citizens, and keeping our community safe. I urge our lawmakers today to reconsider this assault weapons ban, instead of focus on evidence-based approaches that will make a real difference. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sheriff King, please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the
If you'll please make sure the mic's on.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Matt King, and I am the Undersheriff of Mesa County. I am here in opposition of this bill. My opposition represents the position of Mesa County Sheriff Todd Rowell. Make no doubt, I condemn illegal gun violence, and I have nothing but compassion for families of loved ones who have lost their lives to these senseless attacks. Over the past 6 years, my community has had 36 homicides, with 21 that involved firearms. Not a single one of those firearms fit the definition of an assault rifle under this bill. Over the past quarter century, my county has experienced 5 mass shootings that left families and loved ones devastated. Not a single one of the firearms used in these attacks qualify as an assault rifle under this bill. To the contrary, an attempted mass shooting in a small town in my county in 2017 was ended by a citizen who engaged the suspect with a firearm that would be banned under this bill. It should be noted the firearm the suspect was using would not be banned under this bill. Being a county of over 3,300 square miles, law enforcement response may be delayed by close to an hour in some remote areas. Relying on police protection may not be an option. As the undersheriff of the most populated county outside the I-25 corridor, I expect law-abiding residents in my community to have the ability to protect themselves from violent criminals who wish to do them harm. Committee members, I will stand beside you to support stronger mental health services. In fact, Mesa County is leading the way in addressing mental health and those experiencing crisis. I will support stronger sentences for violent criminals to keep them out of our communities. I will support increasing law enforcement presence in our schools, places of worship, and at any large gathering. But I oppose a law that would have no effect on violent criminals and disarm law-abiding residents. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Sheriff Williams, please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity.
Can you please check, make sure the mic's on?
All right. My apologies. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for your opportunity to present to you. My name is Sheriff Brian Williams. I represent the citizens of Kiowa County, and I am here to oppose this bill. I've been elected sheriff of Kiowa County because the citizens trust me to represent them honestly and fairly, and to hold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Colorado as of all elected officials of this state. I've dedicated my life to the defense of this nation and the state of Colorado as a United States Marine. I'm a retired Colorado State Trooper. I was a deputy sheriff, and I am a county sheriff. I firmly believe in the Second Amendment of the Constitution, which clearly states that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The majority of the citizens of Kiowa County also firmly believe this. These firearms that are listed as assault weapons are no more deadly or dangerous than any other firearm, and are used for the defense of citizens and protection of these citizens' families and property. These firearms are used less often for criminal acts and deaths than other firearms, to include suicides and what is called mass shootings. They're routinely used for protection of livestock and property against predators and other animals that are known to destroy property and endanger livestock, which is the livelihood of the people that live there. As a law enforcement officer, I'm aware of the horror of mass shootings and the effects of these shootings on victims and citizens of the state and country. Banning these firearms will in no way stop this insanity. The only way to stop or deter these shootings are stronger mental health policies, strong laws with accountability for actions, dedicated law enforcement, and the help of citizens in the community. This bill would only punish the law-abiding citizens of this state and would do nothing to deter criminals or people with mental health issues. I urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you for your time and consideration on this issue.
All right, thank you. Members, questions of our witnesses. Rep. Armagost, then Rep. Herod, then Madam Vice Chair, then Rep. Sober.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is going to be for Sheriff Weekly. I've got 2 statistics that will lead to my question here. First being, after surveying 2,000 felons in state and federal prisons across the country, felons were more deterred from committing a crime out of fear of an armed citizen, more so than out of fear of police. And with that, Another study conducted by the Bureau of Justice in 2016 showed that only 10.1% of prison inmates who used a firearm in a crime admitted to obtaining that firearm through a retailer. So my question to you is, in the contrast and irony of this, where do you see the public safety aspect coming in, with the criminals obtaining firearms illegally or citizens obtaining them legally for their own protection?
Sheriff?
What we're seeing in my jurisdiction with criminals' use of handguns is these handguns are typically stolen, or these firearms are typically stolen and used in other crimes, most of which would be like stolen vehicles. Coming to our county, like this morning, was a stolen vehicle out of the city of Denver, and a firearm was recovered from that vehicle. Tracer has not come back on the firearm yet, but I fully expect it'll come back as stolen. So typically, lawful gun owners are typically people that use these weapons for illegal activity, are not going to the local Cabela's and buying this, filling out the proper paperwork and leaving the store with that gun.
Rep. Herod was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just trying to differentiate between the handgun conversation and what this bill really focuses on, which are assault rifles, so assault weapons. And so I'm wondering, I think your testimony was that the majority of mass shootings do not happen with guns that are included in this bill. And I just wanted to clarify that.
As far as I'm aware, most of them are not done by what you're all calling assault weapons. Most mass shootings, the mass shootings, I guess it depends, define mass shooting. They define that as in 4 or more people being shot with they call that a mass shooting. So I'd have to say no, most of them are done by handguns instead of what everybody's referring to as assault weapons.
Rep. Herod, quick follow-up, then Rep. Soper.
Thank you. And I think we've heard data that is to the opposite of that. And so I'm just wondering if that's based on opinion or if you have any data to back up that statement.
I don't have any data on me, but I have researched it in the past.
Thank you.
All right, Rep. Soper, then Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is for Under Sheriff Matt Weekly. Thank you so much for making the long drive over here from Grand Junction. Means a lot. As someone who drives that every week, I understand the road can be very long, anywhere from 4 to 5 hours or longer, depending on traffic and snow. My question really is for how this would even be remotely enforced. I mean, it's in Title 18, so it's our criminal code. That's tasked with law enforcement and DAs to be able to enforce this. And what I see in here is a civil penalty that has to be assessed. And yet we don't punish individuals for the inability to pay a debt. And it certainly appears to be an excessive fine at that. How would you even remotely deal with the penalty side in here?
I think that's a civil penalty, and that's not a criminal penalty. And I don't think anybody here has an answer for that. And I don't know how we could actively, truly enforce that piece, especially as broadly as this bill is written. It includes so many of the firearms that not only law enforcement carries, but the citizens of our community carry. And that's a great question that I don't have an answer to.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. And perhaps I didn't hear the beginnings, and I just have a quick question in the sense of, is this the position of CSOC or you all individually? And then I have a question in regards to what, I hear the argument of folks with mental health issues, and I'm going to ask the same question that I ask another panel because, we're talking about criminals and crime, but I don't think that's what we're talking about here. So I want to know if you all are aware of people who had no criminal record before, who had access to these weapons, and then they opened fire in grocery stores and movie theaters, because I think that's the circumstance that we're talking about. And it leads me to the second question of, do you believe in your experience that people can cause more damage with either a knife, a truck, or an assault weapon, or TNT? And the reason why I ask that is because we ban bomb making materials, presumably because of the damage it can cause. but there are people who are not criminals who can, you know, access some of these things. Guns are in the middle, but certainly everyone has access to a car. And so I am curious about, in your opinion, in your experience, which of those four things can people do the most damage with if you had to rank them? And what is your insights on people who do not have criminal records, but they can access a tool that can lead to that kind of damage? Because we've been hearing a lot about criminals. So I want to hear about the non-criminals and what our thoughts are about them accessing tools that can cause a lot of damage. If there's any insights you can share on that.
I'll make an attempt on your question about the mental health. I think there are indicators and there are things that exhibit in people, and we are working very hard in Mesa County to identify people that are suffering through behavioral health or substance abuse disorders, to identify those people and get them appropriate treatment before they become a piece of the criminal justice system. And I think a lot of times, as broken as our system is in Colorado, it's terribly broken, that there are a lot of people that are not being identified as having those issues, and we need to do better at identifying those people. I think eventually a lot of those people do end up in the criminal justice system, and I'm not saying that they'll automatically become mass shooters, but I think we are failing on a behavioral health piece of identifying people that need help either for substance abuse disorder or for behavioral health, and they are being kicked to the curb and nobody's giving them attention they need. Money would be much better spent supporting communities with behavioral health and substance abuse treatment programs than it would trying to ban law-abiding citizens from the ability to protect themselves with the manner they choose.
Just to answer another part of your question, I've been in law enforcement. It'll be 39 years on September 15th of this year, all with the same agency. I know I don't look that old, but regardless, you asked about our experience. In my experience, the majority of the violent crime that has happened in my career has been by previous convicted felons. And we do not enforce, we have no mandatory minimum for crimes that involve firearms. And we've decriminalized almost the possession of a weapon by a previous offender. We have to put the teeth back into the existing laws that we have, and we have to enforce those laws.
All right. One follow-up by Madam Vice Chair, then we're out of
Thank
time
you.
for this panel.
Thank you. And you don't have to answer that. I think we'll hear from other people, but that's not what I asked out of respect. What I asked is which of the tools can do the most harm, because there are people who are not criminals. They do not become criminals until they commit mass murder. And so the question is for people who can access the tools, because I'd also like to know if you would support taking away people's guns if they do have mental health issues. But of the tools that people have access to, who are not the felons and the criminals that we're talking about, which of them can cause the most harm? Because that is what we are talking about with this bill, that the tool can cause harm. I mean, we also, and that's what I was asking, in your experience, which tools cause the most harm? Knives, cars, or assault weapons? I also asked about TNT and bomb-making materials, and I asked about that because that is why we banned them, because the amount of harm it can do. So that's what I was asking about with your experience with that. But I know we're at time, and I won't keep you any longer. But if other people come up, I'd like to kind of ask the same question. So thank you for that.
I guess if one of you would like to speak briefly to that, then we'll let you go.
In my jurisdiction in Douglas County, motor vehicles cause more injury than death than assault weapons. That's in my jurisdiction. Collectively, we also, one of your questions was CSOC, County Sheriffs of Colorado. The CSOC is opposed to this bill. And that was your other question.
All right. Thank you all for being with us. Please get home safe.
Thank you.
Okay. Next panel will be those who signed up in support. Do we have Paige Leonard? Do we have Jean Bucci? Do we have Kathy Hagan? Oh, sorry, too many names. Do we have Mary Liz Calloway? Okay, sorry, 500 names, can't keep them all straight. Catherine Rude. I just saw. And do we have Chris Nicholson? Do we have Claire Lucas? Okay. Thanks for being with us. Whoever would like to start off.
Thank you to the chair and committee members. My name is Paige Leonard, and I am representing Moms Demand Action. Here is just a sample, not all, of the lives taken and those injured specifically by assault-style weapons. El Paso, 23 fatalities plus 23 injuries. Sutherland Springs, 26 fatalities plus 20 injuries. Sandy Hook, 27 fatalities plus 2 injuries. Uvalde, 21 fatalities plus 17 injuries. Orlando, 49 fatalities plus 53 injuries. Las Vegas, 60 fatalities plus 439 injuries. And here in Colorado, Boulder King Supers, 10 fatalities. Aurora Movie Theater, 12 fatalities plus 58 injuries. Colorado Springs, Club Q, 6 fatalities plus 25 injuries. Let's not forget that these numbers are real people. Their mothers, their fathers, sons, daughters, and many of them young children. Let's not forget that when a person is killed or injured, it leaves a ripple effect of trauma, grief, loss, and anxiety throughout their family, friends, and community. Research and evidence has shown that assault weapons and high-capacity magazines are the weapons of choice for public mass shooters. And as you can see in my handout, shootings, specifically where an assault weapon was used, resulted in over 6 times as many people shot, more than twice as many people killed, and 23 times as many people wounded per incident on average compared to other guns and weapons. The time is now to vote yes on prohibiting weapons used in mass shootings. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Hello, Chair Weissman and members of the committee. My name is Jean Bucci. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of HB 24-1292. I live less than a minute from the Boulder King Supers, which was the site of a horrific mass shooting in 2021. My daughter, then 12 years old, was planning to go to King Supers that afternoon and very well could have been one of those killed. We lost 10 cherished neighbors that day. Our community is still grieving. The gunman used a Ruger AR-556, an AR-15 style weapon. Assault style firearms, as has been said here today, are designed to kill as many people as quickly as possible. And this one did. Every single person the gunman shot that day died at the scene. In the US, let me repeat, between 2015 and 2022, 8 out of the 10 highest casualty mass shootings involved the use of assault weapons. 6 times as many people were shot, twice as many were killed, and 23 times as many were wounded than in incidents in which assault weapons were not used. No place is safe as long as these extremely deadly weapons of war are in our communities. Last year, students staged massive school walkouts. Over 1,000 students descended upon this Capitol in one day, and they are still showing up here in large numbers to advocate for gun safety and to testify at hearings. They are demanding that the grown-ups in power take action. I urge you to vote yes. We owe it to all the kids out there who are wondering, am I next?
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you to the committee members for letting me speak today. My name is Claire Lucas, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself. You know my story. I'm one of millions of parents who've received the dreaded call. Your child's life is in danger. So many Americans have had to live through the unthinkable, that they may never see their child again because someone with a gun is threatening their life. On average, each day, 12 children die from gun violence in America, and another 32 are shot or injured. Most of us want sensible gun laws passed. Current polling shows that preventing gun violence is a top concern of Colorado voters. The last couple of weeks, we've been discussing several sensible gun bills. These are small steps towards getting guns out of the hands of those who may be at risk of harming themselves or others. Today, you have before you one that should be easy, banning weapons used in mass shootings. These weapons are instruments of war, and they are designed to kill people. At Sandy Hook Elementary, a Bushmaster AR-15 was used by the gunman. He fired 154 rounds in just minutes, killing 26 children and 6 school employees. Why are we selling military-style weapons to civilians? I would like to finish with a quote from one of the mothers from Uvalde, where 19 students were fatally shot and 17 more were injured by a gunman with an AR-15 rifle. Somewhere out there, there is a mom listening to our testimony thinking, I can't even imagine their pain, not knowing that our reality will someday be hers unless we act now. I beg you, please support Bill 1292 to prohibit weapons used in mass shootings. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, hello. My name is Catherine Root. I'm here representing myself, but I'm also doing an unofficial witness for Ronald Reagan, Gerald Ford, and for Jimmy Carter. Many people are not aware that the three of them joined together to write a letter in favor of the 1994 assault weapons ban, and I'm going to read that now. To members of the U.S. House of Representatives, we are writing to urge your support for a ban on the domestic manufacture of military-style assault weapons. This is a matter of vital importance to the public's safety. Although assault weapons account for less than 1% of the guns in circulation, they account for nearly 10% of the guns traced to crime. Every major law enforcement organization in America and dozens of leading labor, medical, religious, civil rights, and civic groups support such a ban. Most importantly, poll after poll shows that the American public overwhelmingly support a ban on assault weapons. A 1993 CNN USA Today poll showed that 77% of Americans support a ban on the manufacture, the sale, and possession of semi-automatic assault guns such as the AK-47. The 1989 import ban resulted in an impressive 40% drop in imported assault weapons traced to crime between 1989 and 1991. But the killing continues. Last year, a killer armed with 2 Tech-9s killed 8 people at a San Francisco law firm and wounded several others. During the past 5 years, more than 40 law enforcement officers have been killed or wounded in the line of duty by an assault weapon. While we recognize that assault weapon legislation will not stop all assault crimes, statistics prove that we can dry up the supply of these guns, making them less accessible to criminals. We urge you to listen to the American public and to the law enforcement community and support a ban on the further manufacture of these weapons. And I just want to commend these 3 presidents for their unity on behalf of the common good and for their courage in standing up to the gun lobby.
All right. Thank you. Members, questions of any of our witnesses? Perhaps not. Thank you all for testifying with us. Get home safe. All right. Next, we will call names of folks who signed up in opposition. Do we have Kimberly Kegu? Hope I'm stating everyone's name right. Okay. Ramon Armendariz. Okay, please come up. Kyle Hampe, Hampe. Brian Brickey. Rob Hoyt. Christopher Smith. Wolfbrand Leverett. Okay, we have 4 folks. Let's start on this end, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kimberly Kigu, and I am here to vehemently oppose this bill. I'll open with Rep. Epps says it's known that it's the guns, it's the guns, it's the guns, but it's the people behind the guns. When will we decide that we should hold the people behind the gun accountable? And we don't have a gun violence problem in America or the state of Colorado. We have a violence problem and a lack of holding people accountable for their actions problem. My rights are protected by the Constitution, and this bill violates that right. The definition of an assault weapon is very loose. Assault is an action, such as this egregious assault on my constitutional rights. Exemptions for this bill create inequalities, creating different rules for different classes of people. This law limits my right to self-defense. Excuse me. And we really need to focus on enforcing our existing laws. And like I said, holding people accountable for their actions. All gun restrictions are based in race. The NFA of 1934 was designed to specifically disarm minorities. Anything that we do to disarm people affects minorities disproportionately. I thank you.
All right. There will be no applause one side or the other in this room. That needs to be honored strictly. Sir, please go ahead.
I would like to thank the committee and the people of Colorado for hearing me today. I want it to be clear that I oppose this bill. I'm a 28-year-old Chicano military veteran and a father. Our children are the future and they should be protected at all costs. Unfortunately, this bill is not written to protect our children. This bill is inconsistent and has been put together with language directly taken from legislation that is failing around the country. This is not how we protect our children, by stripping law-abiding citizens of their rights, by taking away a mother or father's ability to protect their family. One of the most affordable rifles for home defense, the High Point carbine, has been identified in this bill, about a $200 weapon. This is a direct attack on those who cannot afford a weapon that meets the requirements listed in this bill. When we want valuable assets protected, we guard them with armored vehicles and weapons outlined in this bill. Why is it that we are not doing anything close to that to protect our children? This bill identifies any entity that operates an armored vehicle business and its employees as exempt from this legislation. In order to make real change, we should be protecting and placing more value in our children than we do in the money that these armored vehicles are guarding. I hope that this committee will protect our rights today as we have entrusted them to by putting an end to this bill today.
All right. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
My name is Brian Brickey, and I'm opposed to this bill. I do want to appreciate you allowing me to come in and have my First Amendment right while you're trying to take my Second Amendment right. So let's just kind of go. I thought about leaving a little bit earlier. I didn't come with any statistics. I didn't come with any stories because I don't think I'm going to change anybody's mind. Like they said at the beginning, the sponsors of this bill, I believe you know how you're going to vote. What I say is not going to change your mind on it, right? And you're not going to change my mind on anything that is said here today either. But I will say this. When I walk the streets, especially here in Denver, I carry a Glock 17 every single time. At home, I put that Glock 17 in my safe and I pull out my AR-15 and it's a short one, right? And it's got a suppressor on the end. That's what I protect my family with. No one has the right to tell me I can or can't do that in the way that I see fit, right? I have an alarm. My doors are locked. If somebody comes into my home to harm me or my family, sorry, wrong house. Why don't we do that in our schools? Right? We talk about being scared at school with a response time of approximately 14 minutes for priority 1 calls here in Denver. It doesn't matter. It could be a knife. It could be a machete. It could be a sword. Doesn't matter. There's going to be mass casualties. So why aren't we protecting them better? Why aren't we locking the doors? Why aren't we making sure that if somebody does get in, they are met with far superior firepower? That's how I look at it. Do your job and protect the people. Protect the people. Don't infringe on their rights. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
My name is Wolfbrand Leverett. I'm a firearms salesman, and I oppose today's bill. I'm opposing the assault weapons ban today based on its arbitrary standard of what makes an assault weapon and its aggressive violation of the individual rights of Coloradans. The guns and features outlined in this bill are common, legally used, and not any more dangerous than other guns that don't fall in the categories outlined in this bill that make an assault weapons ban. I myself use firearms outlined in this ban, like an AK-style assault rifle, to hunt. I use it for sport shooting. I use it for my own defense. Legal purposes, not harming my fellow Coloradans. I precisely seek out these guns because of the features that are trying to be banned in this bill. Threaded barrels, muzzle brakes, detachable magazines. They all help me hunt better. They help me sport shoot better. They help me pursue my life with liberty and happiness. As a gun salesman, I sell the same guns that are outlined in this bill to Coloradans every day. These people use these firearms lawfully and responsibly all the time.
Actually, can you turn down the sound a little bit? They might call on me to.
Sorry, we'll come to our online witness next. Please continue.
Yes, anyway, I sell these firearms to Coloradans who use them responsibly every day. If these guns were a problem, it'd be known. I sell enough of them that I would see it in my community if these guns were a harm, and I don't. And that's why I decide to pursue a living selling firearms. Most egregiously, this bill is a violation of Coloradans' individual rights. Coloradans are innocent until proven guilty. As with everyone in the United States, we don't apply collective punishment or guilt in this country. Gun owners are innocent until proven guilty. There is no sense and no authority in banning Coloradans from seeking out the firearms they wish to purchase if they haven't proven they aren't responsible to. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If you'll please hold, we'll go online to Keel Kim and then we'll invite questions.
Hello?
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, hello. My name is Kyo Kim, and I legally came to this country, and I've served in the U.S. Army. My brother's in the U.S. Air Force, and I did a due process of becoming a citizen in this country. And personally, these days I see that a lot of law-abiding people are taken as really like dummies. I see, a lot of illegal people coming over the border. I see a lot of these, illegal people having the more rights than people who abide by laws. Me personally, I came to this country because I could defend myself here the way it should have been, and I look forward to the freedom that America has. And to come over here and to see this kind of things happen and people not fighting for it, it really makes me sad, because it's the non-law abiding people that are causing the trouble. So I hope people do understand that taking guns away from everybody is not the solution. You need people, sound people who are in the streets, who has guns, who can protect other people as well, because the problem's already here, and we need more competent, solid individuals to have the guns to protect the people that we need to protect. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Kim, thank you. Now we'll see if there are questions. All right, we are seeing no questions. Thanks for testifying with us today. Okay, next panel will be folks who signed up in a supportive position. Do we have Evie Hudak? Okay, I'll call again for Chris Nicholson, signed up in support. Pat Rotschafer. Okay, please come up. Stan Gelb. Do we have Alexander Cisneros? Dr. Carol Calicote Bellman. Grant Kramer. Stella Kay. Adam Scarborough. Lisa Johnston. Peggy Darrah, D-A-R-R-A-H. All right, we have 4. Whoever would like to start.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Rotschafer. I am here to ask you to vote yes on this bill, and my words today are my own. And I came with like 4 different things I could do, and I can't do them all. So I'm going to start with something that I hear all the time. It is my God-given right to carry a gun. Any type of gun, any amount, anywhere, anytime, concealed, not concealed, etc. Well, okay. Second Amendment of the Constitution says, and I know you all know this, but a reminder once in a while is not a bad idea. A well-regulated militia, I like that word regulated, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, the Second Amendment writes people, the ones in favor of this, and I have to tell you, I love my Constitution. I am all in favor of the Second Amendment and the First Amendment and the Fifth and the, et cetera. And not one of these amendments is in and of itself all there is. Not one. We have restrictions on all of them. I don't know why anyone thinks the Second Amendment should be any different. So that's something to think about. I made notes. I made lots of notes of opponents' arguments. And the one that really got me is the one, and I'm going to paraphrase, that the gun owner's right is more important than my grandchild's right to live. And we should create armed camps to protect our kids just so other people can carry whatever gun they want.
All right, ma'am, thanks very much. And please hold for questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and Committee. My name is Carol Calicote. I am in here in support of this bill. As a mom and a resident of this country, I keep asking myself, why do we continue to allow weapons designed for soldiers as in war, as established by the veterans who were here, to be sold to civilians? These weapons are uniquely deadly and destructive, and they serve one purpose: to damage and kill many and quickly. We've talked a lot today about that national ban that long studies have shown did reduce mass shootings. That ban was allowed to sunset. Gun manufacturers began a huge marketing campaign of these types of weapons, and our mass shooting rates skyrocketed. Mass shootings and school shootings are a problem unique to this country alone. We have 25 times the guns in civilian hands and 26 times the homicide by gun. Civilized countries should not tolerate this level of violence and death. We've prohibited sales and recalled products before for things that have been associated with much fewer deaths and injuries than assault weapons, than the assault weapons this country continues to sell. Lawn darts were banned after 3 children died. Children's products like drop-side cribs, bumper pads, toys have all been discontinued. The Ford Pinto was discontinued over safety issues. Flavored vapes can no longer be sold. Is it because every single person had an issue with these products? Of course not. Did some people love these products? Of course they did. But when a product proves to be so uniquely destructive and deadly, we must value life more than we value the sales of that product or even the joy that some get out of using that product. Colorado can join the 10 states that have adopted similar laws that have withstood legal challenges. We understand that taking this product off the market will not solve our injuries and deaths, all of our injuries and deaths due to gun violence. No one policy can accomplish that. But I ask that we pass this bill and value people over an object made to kill.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Johnston. I am representing myself. I'm a longtime gun owner and a proponent of protecting the Second Amendment. As she stated, it begins with a well-regulated militia. At what point did we begin to disregard the immensely important well-regulated section and allow a minority of Americans to fulfill their gun fetish fantasies of role-playing a cowboy in the Wild West? Because we are anything but well-regulated. And I don't see God anywhere in the Second Amendment. And I know that guns are not mentioned in the Bible. So the idea that assault weapons are a God-given right is clearly a manipulative talking point that has no merit. Again, we are anything but well-regulated. There's a huge difference between what some people want to be true about guns and what is true about guns. 48,830 people died in 2021 from gun-related injuries. We are anything but well-regulated. Guns are 30 times more likely to be used in criminal homicides compared to self-defense homicide. We are anything but well-regulated. From 2015 to 2022, of all the mass shootings, which is 4 people or more killed, 23% were committed using an assault weapon, a high-capacity magazine, or both. However, they account for 60% of the people shot, 49% of people killed, and 84% of people wounded in mass shootings. We are anything but well-regulated. In a 2019 study published in a peer-reviewed journal, the data shows that between 1981 and 2017, assault weapons accounted for 86% of the 501 fatalities reported in 44 mass shooting incidents. Mass shooting fatalities were 70% less likely to occur during the federal assault weapons ban. We are anything but well-regulated. Our children's lives are worth fulfilling our constitutional responsibility of being well-regulated. Please regulate gun owners. Please regulate us. I am a gun owner. I am asking you to vote yes for common sense.
Thank you. At the end, please go ahead.
Chair and members of the committee, my name is Peggy Dara, and I'm here to testify on behalf of myself in support of House Bill 1292. I live 15 minutes away from the Boulder King Supers where a mass shooting occurred. My son has basketball practice 5 minutes from the store, and I was there the day before the mass shooting. I was not surprised to hear that the mass shooting took place in Boulder. I've been paying attention long enough to know that mass shootings can happen anywhere in the United States because of the easy access to guns. On July 20th, 2012 in Aurora, a 24-year-old man conducted a mass shooting. I remember thinking, how could he purchase a semi-automatic weapon and tactical gear? I didn't know military equipment was being sold to civilians. Then only 5 months later, I watched in horror within a Big O's tire store as the Sandy Hook massacre unfolded in front of my eyes. Kids running out of the school and reports of children between the ages of 6 and 7 years old slaughtered in their classroom. I thought our government must do something now. We have to get these guns off the shelf to protect us. Specific guns do the most harm. We can't keep pointing fingers. It is the guns. Removing weapons used in mass shootings will save lives. On May 14th, 2022, a mass shooting happened in Buffalo, New York. Buffalo's East Side Tops Friendly Market. 10 people were killed. 10 days later, another 18-year-old purchased a gun and killed many students. I don't know the number right now, but in Uvalde. This is crazy. We have to stop. Our children deserve more. Please pass Bill 1292.
Okay, thank you. We'll go online. Senator Hudak, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Evie Hudak, here representing Colorado PTA, a state and national organization over 120 years old. It's the largest volunteer child advocacy group in the United States. Our members consist mainly of parents of public school students. We strongly support this bill. We have testified several times this year and in past years about our history of advocacy for the safety of children and youth and our highest priority to protect them from gun violence. At PTA, we believe that no parent should fear for the safety of their child every time they leave home. But the reality is that over 6 in 10 parents today report worrying about school violence. Every year, an estimated 3 million American children witness gun violence, impacting their ability to learn and thrive. Beyond the deadly effects of gun violence, this exposure impacts our children's mental and physical health throughout adulthood. PTA supports the passage of laws that ban assault weapons. Since the federal ban on assault weapons expired 20 years ago, the ease of access to these weapons has led again and again to horrific tragedies in schools and communities across the country. We are sick and tired of our children, teachers, and innocent community members being gunned down by weapons of war. We are, as the civil rights activist Fannie Lou Hamer once said, sick and tired of being sick and tired. We are happy to see this legislation, but we are sad that it is needed.
All right, thank you, Senator Hudak. All right, members, questions for any of our witnesses? Seeing none. Wait, sorry, Rep. Evans, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to Ms. Hudak. Is a handgun an assault weapon?
Senator Hudak.
I think you know the answer to that question. It depends on the type of gun. They can be adapted for rapid fire and larger magazines.
Rep. Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow-up question for the senator. Would you think that a turkey hunting shotgun would be an assault weapon?
Senator Hudak.
I am not an expert on guns, and I am not here professing that I am. So I can't answer specific questions, handguns, turkey shooting rifles, I don't know. All I know is that rapid fire weapons with a large magazine that can expel a lot of bullets in a short period of time is what we mean by assault weapons.
Other questions of our witnesses? All right, seeing none, thank you all for being with us today. All right, next panel of folks will be those who have signed up in an opposed position. Scott Humble, David Williams, William Lugsch, L-U-G-S-C-H, Brandon Desi, D-E-S-Y, Adrian Green, Jesse Clark, Barbara Miller, Sandy Mielens, Kelly Miller, okay. All right, let's start on this end. Sir, please go ahead.
My name is David Williams. I'm a retired Special Forces weapons sergeant. I oppose, but I'm coming at it from a different angle. Today, I've heard these weapons are used for nothing other than taking human life. So why would we want the government to have a monopoly when historical evidence suggests that any government will use weapons to oppress their people? You are lawmakers of the state and took an oath to both the U.S. and the United States Constitution and the state constitution. All laws must start and end with the constitutionality of the law. If not, it must be thrown out. Regardless of emotional attachment to perceived outcome, which would not likely be what you want it to be. If you don't believe me, take a vacation to Haiti. It was ran by thugs with guns that couldn't care less about their nation's laws. I'm sure they'll love to have you for dinner. I have personally been in operations where machine guns, explosives, were given to the people of Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan to fight against oppressive organizations. Do you think the militia could never be called here again in the United States? With Russia, China, Iran, and others forming financial alliances and the United States dollar steadily declining, the threat of attack on U.S. soil is more prominent than ever. If and when the United States engages in war with a peer force, the Colorado National Guard will be called to active duty under Title 10, which means the only people that would be here left would be the militia. Some of them are in this room today, probably not the ones with the red shirts. Considering the lies that are abundant in this bill, anyone who supports this bill, I will demonstrates that their oath is also a lie. Honor your oath and vote no to this bill to protect the rights of the people and to protect the security of the free state, and then get to work to find other ways to save lives without infringement.
All right, ma'am in the blue shirt, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Barbara Miller, and I'm a proud Colorado native, and I live in Douglas County. I'm a mother, grandmother, daughter, and wife, and I'm an NRA instructor, USCCA range safety officer, and I teach Refuse to be a Victim, and I'm a Second Amendment advocate. The firearm I carry every day on my 5-foot frame is on your list. It's a Smith & Wesson Shield. I'm here today to testify in opposition to this bill, which prohibits assault weapons in Colorado. This arbitrary term and ban will do nothing to stop any crime or suicide, and in fact, will turn law-abiding gun owners into helpless victims and criminals overnight. According to the FBI, more deaths occur with hammers, blunt objects, hands, fists, and feet than with rifles of all types, to include the AR-15 or my Smith & Wesson. One merely needs to read the manifesto or diaries of killers to see that nothing was going to stop them from achieving their goal. For the past few weeks, I've sat through hours and hours of testimony from the other side and how bad the mental health crisis here in Colorado is. If you think that banning any of these firearms is going to stop that, you're very wrong. It will not stop killers and murderers. The law-abiding gun owners are not the problem. Taking away our firearms will do nothing to deter criminals. It will, in fact, prevent us from being able to defend ourselves. We are regulated. We go through duplicative background checks and waiting periods and a ton of laws that you guys have pushed forth. I fully support our law enforcement, but it takes over 14 minutes. And when seconds count, minutes are too long. We must be our own first responders. It's time for our Colorado legislators and regulators to enforce the laws on the books instead of reducing bail, releasing violent criminals back into the streets, and forcing law-abiding Colorado citizens to endure senseless red tape in order to exercise our Second Amendment rights. Please vote no on this bill.
Thank you. Sir, please go ahead.
My name is Kelly Miller, and I'm glad to be sitting here next to my better half. I'm a resident of Douglas County, and I'm a 21-year veteran of the U.S. Air Force. I'm also an NRA firearms instructor and have owned, used, and maintained firearms for over 60 years. As such, I'm an advocate for our constitutionally protected freedoms and a staunch supporter of the Second Amendment. Statistically, AR platforms are on the low side of the percentage for mass murders. Handguns far exceed that, which leads me to believe that there's something else afoot here. Why are you going after this particular inanimate object? In my humble opinion, it's just a ruse. It's a means to incrementally take all of the guns out of our possession. I'm here to tell you that is not going to happen. Regardless, criminals hell-bent on carnage will never abide by the bills you write and force upon the good people of Colorado. This legislation unfairly targets law-abiding citizens who are simply exercising their constitutional rights and is nothing short of tyranny. I believe that responsible gun ownership is part of the fabric of our American culture and should not be infringed by this government or any other government for that matter. Taking into consideration my aforementioned strong belief in the importance of self-defense and individual liberty, I refuse to back down from this position. Given the flood of anti-Second Amendment bills that you are attempting to foist upon the good citizens of this state, it has become increasingly apparent that you hold me and people like me in contempt because of our respect for our natural-born freedoms. This is an outright attack on a specific group of Colorado citizens. In closing, this bill is not about gun control in as much as it is about control and would do nothing more than persecute law-abiding citizens. I urge you to vote against this overreaching, repressive, and unconstitutional bill. The citizens of Colorado and the United States demand protection of our constitutional rights. Thank you.
All right, ma'am, at the end, please go ahead.
So before I tell you my story, I want to remind everybody that the historical definition of regulation, when it refers to the Second Amendment, is that a militia be well-armed, well-disciplined. It doesn't have the same meaning as it does now. So my plea to you is very personal, and I don't like to talk about it in public at all, but I'm going to talk about it today. My ex-husband was a youth pastor, well-educated, handsome, the pillar of society. We moved up to the mountains, and it turned out he was just isolating me from my friends and family, and he turned out to be a Satan-worshiping child molester. The story I have to tell you is so bad. So I worked with Teller, Douglas, El Paso, Jefferson County sheriffs and detectives to do an undercover sting, and I wore a wire to put that creep in prison. And I tell you what, he didn't have a background. Somebody was asking about background. He was stellar. He was a Boy Scout leader, right? So that man held me at gunpoint for 3 days in a room. He raped my 6-year-old son repeatedly at gunpoint. So you think that I would be up here saying, hey, we can't have guns. But the police came in and they took all of the weapons out of the house. But they didn't take the weapons that he bought off of our drywall. I built a house in the mountains, and I hired a bunch of Hispanic guys to come up and put our drywall in because they were super talented, and turned out they're crooks too. So they sold my ex a bunch of guns, even though there's restraining order against him. Anyway, fast forward, I put him in prison. His name is Michael Botker, so if you want to look up the case, my name is Sandra Melans again, and thank you for letting me talk, and I'm sorry, I'm so nervous I can hardly speak. Please don't take away my gun. My concealed carry weapon, I want to use. He says when he gets out, he promises to kill me in front of my son, and my concealed carry will become illegal, and that's BS. I need my rights protected.
All right, ma'am, thank you, and you don't need to apologize for being nervous up here. It's okay. Members, questions of any of our witnesses? Rep. Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is for the last witness. I just want to thank you for sharing your story. I can't imagine how hard it must be to continue to relive that. And I want you to know that you are being heard here. And I am trying to get a better understanding of the different types of weapons we're talking about here. And so with your concealed carry, what is that type of weapon, and how would it be if you know the classification or anything like that?
So it's just a standard Glock 34. It's not a big gun, but it does have a 15-round magazine. So, and it's got a threaded barrel, so that's going to become illegal. And now what won't become illegal is my 38, which I could carry, but it only holds 5 rounds, and it's not comfortable to carry, and it takes too much time to reload it. So it's also the weapon that people accidentally discharge in their purses the most often. So it's not as safe. So for my safety and really the safety of the public around me, my Glock, my standard Glock is the safest thing for me to carry. And it would be banned. So that's what this is upsetting, is this isn't just an assault rifle ban. This is banning, it's so much bigger than that. If this was just assault rifle ban, I probably wouldn't have showed up today. But when I found out, I've been in a panic attack ever since I found out that the gun I carry to protect myself, I won't be able to have anymore. Although I will, because I'm going to become a criminal. That's what's going to happen.
Thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate you making that clarification for me. Thank you.
And online, Rep. Garcia, who is with us remotely, has a question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all so much for being there, sharing your stories. And again, I also want to just ask a question to the final witness, echoing Rep. Harrod's comments. Thank you for sharing your tragic story, and thank you for the work that you did to make sure that the offender doesn't continue offending. Can you help me understand, as I'm reading through the bill, and I might be missing it, I'm under the weather, but I understand that there's nothing in this bill that will actually go in and take your weapon away.
No, it won't take my current weapon away as far as I can tell. I'm not 100% sure that it will. I don't actually know. I panicked so bad when I saw this that it prevents me from buying another one if I want to get a better gun, because honestly, it's a cheap piece of crap. But that's a good point.
Thank you.
All right, members, other questions of these witnesses? All right, seeing none, thank you all for testifying with us today.
I don't know.
Okay, we have had a handful of folks sign up indicating positions that are neither for nor against. So I'm going to attempt to call all of those folks now. This will be a mix of people who signed up in person and also online, if we could listen for those. Okay, do we have James Wiley? Chase Moore. Chris Lewis. James Rees, R-E-E-S. Carl Schwecke, S-C-H-W-E-C-K-E. Britt Cole, C-O-L-E. Garrett Gold. And Cliff Hummel, H-U-M-M-E-L. Looks like we have at least one person getting connected here. All right, while our VMCs look for the rest, we see that Mr. Moore is connected. Feel free to activate your camera. Please go ahead.
Thank you all. My name is Chase Moore, and I actually am opposed to this bill, but wanted to just create a picture for you all to follow. Columbine High School was a soft target. The Aurora Theater was a soft target. The Boulder King Supers was a soft target. Uvalde Elementary, also a soft target. There's a pattern here. When is the last time that we heard of a mass shooting occurring at a police station, a gun store, or a military base? Criminals look for easy targets with little resistance, period. Since 1950, over 90% of mass shootings in America have occurred at soft targets, including gun-free zones. If Bill 1292 were to pass, it would create an abundance of soft targets in our state, leaving open doors for criminals and mentally sick individuals to continue to wreak havoc against our citizens. Logically, it makes sense, right? Why attack a hard target with a high probability of being killed when you could actually go for an easier target and inflict more damage? In the mind of a criminal, that makes sense. I heard opposition to this bill that lawn darts, Ford Pintos, and flavored vapes were also banned. None of those are constitutionally protected like our right to bear arms is. I urge everyone to oppose Bill 1292 so that we can prevent creating more soft targets, and then we can protect our fellow citizens as is given in the Second Amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please hold. I think we have at least one more witness online. Okay, Mr. Hummel, please go ahead.
Okay. Am I on? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Please continue.
I mean, I guess I am against this bill, but I just wanted to ask something kind of that came to my mind. Every time you guys bring up an assault weapons ban or talk about banning guns or anything like that, just the sheer amount of panic buying that happens every time one of these things comes up. I mean, if the point is to keep more guns off the street, it seems like you're just promoting it and more people are just going to go out and buy it. And they're going to be like, oh, I have to get 5 before the ban comes. So it's just kind of an unintended consequence that I could think of that this is likely going to have every time, you just kind of make people want to go out and buy, stock up, panic buy. And just like when they banned magazines, everybody went out and they bought as many as they could get their hands on, and there's tens of thousands of them floating around out there illegally. That's really all I had to say, is just whether or not this passes or not, I don't know. I mean, I hope it doesn't, but it just would seem counterintuitive every time we make a big deal out of this, that you just end up promoting more guns to go on the street, if that's your point, to keep them off the street. Thank you. I don't have
All
anything
right.
else.
Thank you. Members, questions for either of these witnesses? Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for, I think the name was Mr. Moore. Seemed like you had some interesting statistics there. My question to you is, in the last 5 years in Colorado, we've seen 12 pieces of gun control legislation pass. We've also seen during that same time frame an increase in both violent crime and firearms used in crime. So I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts or insight into why that might occur. Why is violent crime, gun crime going up at the same time? We've had 12 pieces of legislation passed in the state around firearms and gun control.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Great question. It's because legislation is a Band-Aid to the bigger root issue, which is mental health in our country. Criminals will always find a way to accomplish what they want to accomplish, whether or not guns are legal or illegal, whether assault weapons are legal or illegal. That is a pure Band-Aid to the root cause of the problem, which is the mental health. So I'm not surprised, given the mental health in the state of our country, especially Colorado, that this is still a problem, and we have seen an increase despite the increased legislation. Legislation will not stop this. Guns do not kill people. People kill people. They'll use whatever means possible to do that. Excuse me.
All right. Thank you. Rep. Garcia, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Moore, you were talking about soft targets. I'm wondering if you know off the top of your head, in these incidences and all of these shootings, how many people who weren't the shooter might have had one of these assault weapons on them as a form of self-defense in that moment?
Mr. Moore.
No, ma'am, I am not close enough to any of those incidences to know if anybody involved, either at Columbine, Aurora, Boulder, or Uvalde Elementary, what they would have been armed with personally. I don't know if that data is available. If it is, I do not know it.
So, follow-up, Mr.
Rep.
Chair?
Garcia, go ahead.
So I guess I'm curious then, or more just confused, how, if people aren't wandering around right now with assault weapons in a form of self-defense, and a shooter shows up in another quote unquote soft target, how will passing this bill create more soft targets?
Mr. Moore.
Great question. Thank you. Passing this bill will restrict being able to arm more citizens with firearms that are currently legal. The more armed citizens we have, the less soft targets that we have, period. Hence the illustrations that I use. When is the last time you saw a mass shooting occur at a police station? Never. That's a hard target. Criminals know that. What about a gun store? It's a hard target. Criminals know that. By making this legislation pass and banning more assault weapons, we're going to open the door for Colorado to say, hey, come on in. We don't sell these anymore. Our citizens don't have these to protect themselves. Welcome. We're going to create more soft targets if this legislation passes.
Rep. Armagost.
One more follow-up.
Sorry, Rep. Garcia, I'm trying to limit follow-ups. We're going to go to Rep. Armagost, then we can come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is for Mr. Moore as well, kind of on the same topic of soft targets and the question pertaining to this bill. Assault weapons can include our handguns that we use to conceal carry, and the sale of those for people that want to use them to conceal carry and protect themselves in the incidents that were brought up in the last question. So my question with that, do you think the outcome would be different in any of these situations we referred to if the victims have been able to return fire?
Absolutely, I do. Without question. The only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun.
All right, Rep. Garcia, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have nothing else.
Okay, very good. Madam Vice Chair, did you want to get a question in?
My question for you, Mr. Moore, and please don't, I'm not really trying to be out of pocket, but I do kind of have a question or concern if we're saying that the only way to ensure safety in our country and our communities is that we're all armed and that we can shoot at each other. I mean, and the reason why I ask this is because I've heard the arguments around soft targets, as you mentioned, and I don't hear many arguments about prevention. And, from a particular side, of the conversation, I hear I need to be prepared to shoot back. And when I think about school lobbies, that kind of scares me. But is that what we're saying, that part of a facet of safety in America is just that everyone can shoot at each other? I'm really not trying to be cheeky. I'm really trying to understand that argument. So if there's anything that you could add there, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Not cheeky at all. The illustration you use is absolutely right, and that's even in my opening testimony. I said that this is a Band-Aid. The mental health is a bigger issue here. So this is why I'm against the legislation. I don't believe the legislation is going to have the impact that everybody thinks it will, because that is not the problem. The problem is the prevention of mental health of our country. Now, I don't have time and 45 seconds left to legislate or argue for that, but no, I'm not for shooting everybody to solve problems. There's a much bigger issue here. This bill, 1292, it will simply be a Band-Aid over a bigger issue. It might feel good temporarily for a lot of people. The Constitution doesn't care about your feelings. I apologize for that, but it's the truth. And no, there are more than one way to solve this, but this bill is not the right one, and certainly not shooting at everybody else all the time. We have much bigger issues.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we are at time for this panel. All right, so that was everybody who had signed up in any position that wasn't for or opposed. We'll now go to a panel of folks who are signed up for. Okay, Jane Doherty. And Kelly Murphy.
I think it might be in the overflow.
I see them coming up here. Is she ready? And do we have DA Beth McCann? Okay.
particular bill. And I want you to think about receiving something like that in a keepsake box, all of her clothing, right down to her undergarments that she wore that day. That's what her family got back, along with her remains in a little wooden box, because Mary was cremated because of the damage that was done to her body as a result of 5 bullets fired from a Bushmaster AR-15, a weapon of war, the civilian weapon that was created in the M16 image for the civilian market, which is insane that a weapon like that is marketed to, unfortunately, young men like the disturbed young man that blasted his way into my sister's school. Mary was running a meeting for a child along with the child's mother and other staff members when they heard the blast through the front door. Mary was shot by 5 bullets at close range. And we all heard what happens to their bodies when those bullets tumble through their body. And she was shot, I believe it's called center mass, by probably an amateur. But that weapon allows for an amateur to do deadly damage to a body. Not one child or staff member who was shot survived. There was a child who was shot with 11 bullets. These are 30 and 40-pound children. The damage to them was horrific. Some of the parents could not even look at their child after that damage. My sister went to work that day and she was never seen again. I missed my sister. And these weapons do not belong in civilian hands. No one should have these guns. They are the mass shooter's weapon of choice.
Ms.
We hear
Doherty,
it over and over again. Please, this year, have the courage, like my sister, and ban these weapons. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kelly Murphy. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I have been personally impacted by gun violence. My sister-in-law was shot by a family member of mine in 2016, and I thank God every day that she was shot with a handgun, because the bullet went right through her. It went through her lung, millimeters from her heart. And had she been shot with the type of weapons that we are talking about in this bill, she would not be alive today, nor would one of the other women who were shot that day where the bullet grazed her face. My children were also at the STEM School Highlands Ranch shooting. They were 9 and 11 years old that day. And I also thank God every day that the 2 boys in that shooting had handguns, because one of the boys blocked the classroom. He blocked one door, and the other boy came in the other door of the classroom and was shooting. And had that boy who came in shooting had an assault rifle or a semi-automatic weapon, I believe instead of having 7 students shot and 1 fatality from a student who tried to take down the shooter, we would have had probably closer to 30 fatalities that day. And when you go through something like this personally, and you know people that have been shot, I mean, as crazy as it might sound, you actually really think about the kind of weapon. And if I was going to be shot, I would choose a handgun. I wouldn't choose an AR-15, because I know people who have been killed by those weapons, and they have an exit wound the size of an orange, and the chances of surviving them are very slim. Thank you very much.
Thank you. DA McCann, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Good afternoon. I'm Beth McCann, the Denver District Attorney, and I'm here in support of the ban on assault weapons in Colorado. Just today, I've been considering a case involving Denver police officers who opened fire on and killed a young man in Commons Park here in Denver in lower downtown by the Platte River. this young man was wandering around the park with a rifle under a blanket, threatening people. When confronted by the police officers and told to drop the gun, he aimed the gun at officers on the hill in front of him and opened fire. Thankfully, no officer was hit, but interestingly, 2 of the bullets went through an apartment building, which was several yards away and behind in the Lodo area. Thankfully, no one was in those apartments at the time. A weapon with this power can send bullets with such great velocity that they go very long distances in order to do as much damage as possible. The tactical vest that this young man was wearing had 8 magazines, each fully loaded with 30 rounds of live ammunition. In the bag he had next to him, there were 4 magazines, each similarly loaded with 30 rounds of ammunition. He had about 40 rounds of ammunition on him at the time. Through my firearms relinquishment investigator, we enforce the Colorado law that makes it illegal for persons who have DV convictions, domestic violence convictions, or pending domestic violence charges from possessing or purchasing a firearm. In one home of a domestic violence offender, we found 19 guns, including several long guns and thousands of rounds of ammunition. One of the most concerning things I see are kids, 15, 16, 17, proudly displaying their AR-15s and AK-47s on Facebook and Instagram. Believe me, they have access to these guns in Denver because we see them in my office frequently. I know it's illegal for them to carry them, but they are accessible, and a bill of this type will make them so much less accessible to young people.
All right, thank you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Lydia Ferrante Roseberry. I am a Unitarian Universalist minister, and I'm here representing myself in support of this bill. I will never forget the afternoon of March 22nd, 2021. I was driving west on Baseline Road in Lafayette with my 15-year-old son and needed to make way for multiple police cars and ambulances racing towards Boulder. Never would I have imagined that just a few moments later, my 19-year-old daughter would call to tell me that her place of employment, the King Soopers at Table Mesa in Boulder, was the site of an active shooter who had bought his assault weapons legally just days before. Perchance my daughter had taken that day off, but it was really perchance. And before this man was stopped, he killed 10 people, including 3 of my daughter's coworkers. As a front-end worker, she too could have been one of those victims. It would have been so easy for that to have happened. And every time I see tributes of those victims, I imagine how different my life would be if her picture had been among them. And I want you to imagine that for yourselves. These mass shootings create ripples of trauma through a community that lasts for years. As a minister, I then continued to provide pastoral care to a whole community in grief and shock who had never imagined a tragedy could happen in their neighborhood. Every time another mass shooting happens, past traumas are activated, and many, many people in the helping professions are called back into action to relive these traumas. And even trained as I am in trauma response, I still feel the impact of that on a regular basis. The accused King Super Shooter would not have been able to kill those 10 people in 7 minutes had he not had access to that assault-style weapon. These weapons have no other purpose but to kill people quickly.
Right. Thank you. Okay, members, we'll see if there are questions for our witnesses. We'll go to Rep. Evans first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for DA McCann. Thank you so much for coming today. Page 8 of the bill talks about handguns. I appreciate a lot of your comments about AR-15s and AKs and stuff like that. Is a handgun an assault rifle or assault weapon?
So I believe personally that if they have an auto sear or one of those trigger locks that allows them to operate as an automatic, that they are similar, at least in capacity for quick firing and volume, to an assault rifle.
Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You talked about an auto sear, so we're talking about fully automatic firearms at this point. This bill specifically covers semi-automatic handguns. Are semi-automatic handguns assault weapons?
DA McCann.
I guess it would depend on your definition. Typically, we don't consider them assault weapons, but in certain circumstances with certain descriptions, they could be considered assault weapons.
Rep. Armagost, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is also for DA McCann. In the incident you talked about with Denver Police, with the individual that had, I don't remember what you said the specifics were on ammunition and everything in his possession, what do you think would have happened or could have happened if those armed officers weren't there to be able to stop him?
We don't know what his intention was, but he was certainly fully armed with 400 rounds with a rifle. He certainly could have killed and injured a significant number of people, but we don't really know. He did not leave any kind of note that would indicate what his intention was. But he opened fire on the officers.
All right, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. And my question is for you, DA McCann. I asked this of our law enforcement. I believe that some of the testimony that we're hearing today is talking about the impact of this type of weapon as compared to other types of weapons. And so I would like to know, in your opinion, if, even for the example of the example that you gave, someone had a knife or just a truck, do you feel like he would have had the ability to cause as much damage? The question that I asked was, in their experience, what can cause the most damage? And are there other things that we have made illegal because of the type of damage it can cause?
DA McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in my opinion, an assault weapon will cause more damage in a shorter period of time than a knife and a truck. And I think that we have banned bomb-making materials or bombs, and we've limited the use of like fireworks in certain situations because of the probability of causing extensive damage to a number of people at one time. I mean, the Las Vegas shooting is just a perfect example of how much damage one person can do in such a short period of time.
Thank you.
Members, other questions of this panel? All right, seeing none, thank you. Ms. Doherty, thanks for being here once again. Okay, next panel of folks will be those signed up in an opposed position. Do we have Sean Seidman? All right, Max Mielens. Ashley Springer. Tim Holt. Do we have Commissioner Eric Stone? Gregory Allen. Derek Evan, E-V-A-N. Cody Harm, H-A-R-M. Ryan Beck. Sorry, maybe you can we'll ask somebody to swap chairs in a minute. We'll just treat this as a panel of 5. Yep, you can come up. All right, thanks for being with us. Whoever would like to start off.
Good to go? Awesome. This assault weapon ban imposes a civil monetary penalties of $250,000 for first-time offenses and $500,000 for subsequent offenses. While ostensibly avoiding incarceration, these outrageous fines threaten to entangle individuals, particularly in Black and brown vulnerable communities, in a web of debt to the government, potentially for life. Imagine a scenario where a family member owning what will be classified as an assault weapon passes away, the surviving family, perhaps unaware or unable to comply with the new laws immediately, could face ruinous fines, a modern form of debt bondage to the government. More critically, let us consider the impact of such a ban on our BIPOC, LGBT, and other marginalized communities. History has shown that disenfranchised groups are often the most affected by stringent gun control laws. These communities are already navigating the challenge of systemic inequality and now face further limitations on their ability to protect themselves. In an environment where trust in law enforcement is eroded by instances of brutality and injustice, disarming these communities while only the police remain armed widens the gap of power and perpetuates a cycle of fear and mistrust. As Representative Epps tweeted on February 3rd, 2024 about the quote, militarized American police and slaughtering Tamir Rice, I would love to hear a justification to your Black and brown constituents of how you on one hand criticize the armed police force, while on the other strip the rights away from citizens to only empower the police that you just so heavily critiqued, creating an even larger power vacuum. The essence of the Second Amendment is to give citizens a means of defense against tyranny and oppression. The roots of violence do not lie within the ownership of firearms. However, the answer to violence is not to strip away rights, but to address the root causes: systemic inequalities, lack of education, societal disenfranchisement, and inadequate mental health resources. However, instead of congregating today to discuss how we could better serve our community with accessible, inclusive,
Thank you. Please, go ahead. I think, check to see if your mic's on. There's a gray button.
The gray button.
There we go. All right. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for your time. My name is Max Melans, and I am a disabled Coloradan representing myself in strong opposition of this bill. You claim to have written this bill to protect Coloradans from mass shootings, but it is clear that that is not your true intention. If that really was your intent, you would be fighting for armed guards in our schools and vulnerable areas. You demonize these defensive tools by calling them assault weapons. The very same tools that are used to protect you are elected officials, I might add. I prefer to call them what they really are when in civilian hands, and that is adequate defense weapons. You know what actually puts an end to every single mass shooting? People armed with adequate firearms putting an end to the situation. I believe this bill would disproportionately harm the following communities. Colorado's physically disabled deserve the right to choose adequate defense in a world that targets them for their physical weakness. I myself am disabled by severe Crohn's disease and choose to carry a Glock 19 every day for that exact reason. I cannot physically defend myself. My gun of choice will become illegal under this bill. Colorado's LGBT community deserves to have the right to choose the weapons of adequate defense in a world that continues to gay bash and violently attack them time and time again. Colorodo's people of color deserve the right to choose weapons of adequate defense in a world that continues to violently attack them for the color of their skin. Colorado's women who have been abused, raped, or worse by horrible and evil men deserve the right to choose adequate defense for themselves and their children. You, our elected officials, have the right to be defended by guards who carry adequate defensive weapons. So please ask yourselves, why should Colorado citizens not have that same right? Is your safety really more important than ours? With this bill, you'll be creating an entirely new black market for criminals to profit from. The war on drugs has created more crime than it has ever prevented. Your war on guns will be no different. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead and share your name.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Cody Harm. I'm a resident of the state of Colorado, and
I'm sorry, sir. Is your microphone on?
I believe so.
Is the green light on?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Maybe get a little closer. Sorry, if you could.
Sorry. Again, my name is Cody Harm. I'm a resident of the state of Colorado, and I've lived here for 29 years. I have witnessed acts of violence against my own people with firearms, and the people who are committing those acts of violence, they're not exactly law-abiding citizens. They are American citizens, and they are supporters of communism. Now, historically, communism has committed acts of genocide, terrorism, and violence against its own people, and the first step to committing those acts of genocide was disarming its own people. If we approve this bill today, we are going to push our state closer to civil war and one step closer to communism, and that's going to create a whole new conflict in and of itself. These school shootings are absolutely tragic, and I'm very sorry these things are happening. But you need to understand that it is the right of all people to keep and bear arms. It is not just white people, black people, Hispanics, people from Mars, right? It's not even, It's not the government's decision to determine on whether or not who gets to have these things, whether you have a criminal intent or you're a law-abiding citizen. There's been plenty of cases in the Supreme Court that have proven these exact things of mental health, domestic violence, protection orders. They have all been struck down by the Supreme Court in cases like Monroe, Bruin, hopefully Rahimi in June this year, and a few others that just slipped my mind. But these laws that are being enacted are in direct violation of the Second Amendment. It's all of our right to have guns. It's not just an individual class of people. It is not a second-class right. It is the right of Americans to keep and bear arms, and this bill violates those rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead and share with us your name.
Thank you for your time. My name is Ashley Springer, and I am a survivor of an active shooter event. When a murderer came onto the property of New Life Church in 2007, killing 2 teenage sisters, I was in the auditorium visiting with friends. A man came running through the door shouting, "There's a shooter in the building. Run, hide, there's a shooter." Myself and the people I was with started running toward the back of the stage for cover. A quick volley of gunshots rang out as the room cleared. After climbing over some scrap lumber in the back of the stage, we hid quietly. The 2 men that I was with each grabbed a piece of lumber. We called 911, but the lines were busy. We tried several more times. No answer. So we sat there waiting. We waited for whatever was going to happen next. It took the SWAT team 45 minutes to come rescue us that day. In the days and weeks that followed, I came to the conclusion that I would never be a victim again. I would never entrust my safety to anyone else, because when I'm attending church or laying in my own bed at night or grocery shopping with my children, I am the first responder for myself and for my kids. As a woman, a mother, and a survivor, I take it very personally when my government, who I employ, seeks to disarm me, rendering me defenseless against an attacker. And so it is with the steel-spined resolve and courage that I found within myself following that terrible day, the resolve that compelled me to legally arm myself and engage in continuous practice and training. It is with that resolve and courage that I demand, in the strongest of terms, that you kill this dangerous and unlawful bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a 5th person. Come on up. Thank you for switching out. You can hang out if you want to, if there are any questions. Please go ahead and share your name with us.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Ryan Beck. I'm representing myself, and I oppose this bill because I believe in the basic human right of self-defense. I cannot tell you how disappointed I am to have to give this testimony. I find it unforgivable that I have to take time off work to defend my constitutional rights from such gross government overreach. House Bill 24-1292 is nothing more than a blatant abuse of power from Representative Epps and Representative Hernandez to enact radical gun control while disregarding several precedents set by the U.S. Supreme Court. The most recent precedent being the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin. The standard set by Bruin has already been used to grant temporary injunctive relief in a case challenging a similar ban in Superior, Colorado, right here in the state. Rocky Mountain Gun Owners Association and the town of Superior is the case. In U.S. District Court Judge Raymond P. Moore's ruling, Moore stated, "The court is sympathetic to the town's stated reasoning. However, the court is unaware of a historical precedent that would permit a governmental entity to entirely ban a type of weapon that is commonly used by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes, whether in an individual's home or in public." That's very important because that was the standard set by the Supreme Court in the Bruin case. And this ruling came down just in 2022. So this is a very recent ruling. The second issue that I have with this is passing this law would also decimate basically all firearms related businesses in Colorado. That's a substantial number of small businesses facing irreparable harm. Think of the thousands of jobs lost or negatively affected. Case in point, there's one gun store that I frequent, It's been around for over 20 years, and it's a Colorado firearms institution. Law enforcement from the surrounding area brings their service weapons into this shop to make sure they are in working order so they can continue to keep our communities safe. I will refrain from using their name as I don't want them to receive blowback from the state, but if House Bill 241292 passes, they would go out of business overnight.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now go to questions from our colleagues. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for the musical chairs. My question was actually to the first individual who had testified. You had brought up some very interesting points that I wanted to explore further. You were talking about the impact that this could potentially have on minority communities, Black communities, brown communities. Just some quick research. Pew Research indicates 32% of Black households own a firearm, 21% of Hispanic households own a firearm. And as we've heard earlier, this bill affects, potentially up to 80% of firearms, that are sold in Colorado today. So with that in mind, what happens to all of these families that own firearms, Black and brown families, when either the firearm owner passes away, when for whatever reason ownership of that firearm has to be transferred, and folks are potentially facing a $250,000 to $500,000 fine just because their dad, their mom, their uncle, their aunt owned a firearm and passed away for whatever reason that ownership had to be transferred. I'm wondering if you can comment on that.
So,
Sir, I'm really sorry. What is your last name?
Seidemann.
Okay. I just have to call on who's speaking.
Oh, you all good.
Go ahead, Mr. Seidemann. Go ahead.
So, that first offense, 250,000, right? Then, what was that bill 4 weeks ago? 1112? House Bill 1112, the theft of a felony theft of a firearm. I'm not making that up, am I?
No, but we're also trying to limit commentary.
Gotcha. Well, kind of just somewhat tangential, but that they didn't want to. That got knocked down because what was it? I don't know if it was Mr. Tom Sullivan, but they didn't want to pass it because it would negatively impact the Black and brown community with imprisoning them, right? So it would be more fees. It would create this lifelong debt. So somebody passes away, they aren't aware of the bill, they're ignorant to it, they can't do something about it, right? Whether it's the cops, the ATF, the NFA, they come knocking on your door and you now have a $250,000 fine. You can't pay that. That gets racked up to 500,000 and it just slowly accumulates. I mean, at that point in time, you aren't incarcerated in jail, but you are now incarcerated with the government and you're just locked into, lifetime of debt. So I don't know what happens.
Thank you. Go to Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And my question is for you, ma'am, on the end. You mentioned you were a survivor of some pretty nasty stuff. Could you imagine, I just hypothetically, since you were a survivor, but even in that, if somebody else had to survive something similar now, or a domestic violence situation, or sexual assault, stalking, something, and they wanted to be able to purchase a firearm to protect themselves, and unfortunately that firearm falls under this bill, what would that, being a survivor yourself, how would that impact you?
Ms. Springer.
Thank you. That would be devastating. I mean, I was lucky that day that I got to cover in time, and that another woman with a firearm who was on our church security team was able to carry that firearm and put a stop to the threat. But as we know, there are countless female college rape victims who now carry to protect themselves, domestic violence victims who carry to protect themselves. We heard from several of those today. And my heart would break that they would have to wait for law enforcement, who takes way too long to get there, of no fault of their own, but takes too long. When we have the power ourselves, we don't have to depend on the government for our safety. And that's one of the most beautiful things about living in America and being an American citizen. We have those rights. We have that control. And the Second Amendment actually limits you guys as the government. It does not limit me. It limits you.
Thank you. I have a question as a follow-up, I think, for Mr. Seidemann and Mr. Malins. I'm sorry if I said it incorrect. I heard you talk about, disproportionately impacted communities and taking away their rights, but I also heard you say they need to protect themselves. And I think I also heard a reference to Tamir Rice, if I heard correctly. I'm wondering if you can elaborate on what we need to, and I'm going to say we, because you mentioned a community I'm a part of, need to protect ourselves from, and if we should do something about that.
I was specifically.
Mr. Seidemann, formality. Go ahead.
I was specifically referencing to a comment Representative Epps made in regards to the police. Can I read it real quickly? So 2 seconds. Got a lot of apps open. Representative Epps said, or she tweeted on February 3rd, quote, the militarized American policing slaughtering Tamir Rice. And this is in regards to, this is, the people here. She speaks so heavily against the police, and then her people here in Colorado, the police are the only people who are going to be armed. So it's kind of a catch-22 in that regard. So I'm not necessarily speaking about Tamir Rice, but on one hand, she's criticizing how the police, govern, how they police. But on the other, she is willingly saying, sure, the police can have these weapons that we say the citizens cannot have.
So I'm curious if you have thoughts, but I just want to be sure. I'm trying to respect the time. Okay. I want to be sure that combating that point wouldn't also mean that we need to arm ourselves to deal with armed police. Is that what you're saying? And then I'm not sure, Mr. Malin, did I say it right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm very sorry. If you had any thoughts about the question too.
I believe that, we've seen time and time again our Black and brown communities be targeted by racial terrorism. I think it's obvious that at some point you have to do the uncomfortable act of arming yourself to shoot back. I think that's the first thing you can do, is be your own first responder in those situations. Because the police take time to show up, regardless of where you live, even if, I don't know. Yeah, that's it for there.
Thank you both. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for coming today. And along those lines, though, I had a question for you, and I thought there was someone else who spoke earlier, but the panel ran out of time, specifically about the impact on Black and brown people and the need to arm ourselves. It's interesting that it's now being a conversation about arming ourselves against police. And so I just wanted to ask if you all realize that when Black and brown people are armed in police encounters, they are more likely to be shot and killed by law enforcement.
Is there anyone, Mr. Malins?
My question to you would be, if they, why deny them that right just because of some people who may overreact? Why deny them the right to defend themselves with adequate weaponry?
So that doesn't answer. I just want to make sure you guys, excuse me.
Sorry, go ahead quickly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that you all understand my question. And so I'm not asking for a question back. My question is, the data shows that when Black and brown folks are armed, even when just walking down the street with a semi-automatic weapon, they're more likely to encounter police because of that, and more likely to encounter excessive force because they're armed than their white counterparts. And so I'm just wanting to make sure that if you all are invoking Black and brown people as non-Black people, do you understand the repercussions of Black people having weapons in police encounters?
If there's any one person who might want to respond, and then we'll, okay, I think is it Mr. Harm?
I've lived in, yes,
Okay, go ahead.
It is Harm. I've lived in Aurora for 7 years, and I've never had a problem with cops in my life, never had broken the law, never done anything illegal. I grew up in Littleton, and there's not really a whole lot going on there. So going from Littleton to Aurora was a stark transition into, living in a safe community to a city run by criminals, communists, and members of the cartel. Okay. On 2019, I was arrested over serving a legal document in the United States Postal Service by Sergeant Mark Sears of the Aurora Police Department. That's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Those are federally protected activities, and that is definitely an instance where you could use deadly force against an officer who's attempting to violate your rights. So illegal search and seizure, violations of the Fourth Amendment, depriving you of your Second Amendment rights with false mental health claims like schizophrenia or whatever else they want to drum up as their causation for doing so. Those are exact reasons why people should have firearms.
Okay. Apologies. I'm sorry. My face was, we at least want to try to limit some references to things that we can't control here, but thank you for your comments. Okay. Thank you, panel. Thank you for your testimony. We'll go to the next panel. Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. As noted, we're going to continue alternating positions. Next panel will be those who signed up in support. Do we have Alexander Cisneros? All right, and I'm going to keep calling names until we have 4 folks. All right, do we have Erica Crosby? Zaina Prospero. Scott Chamblin. Okay, good. Mr. Cisneros, why don't you start us off?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Great. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Alexander Cisneros. I am a senior at Denver East High School, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. My favorite pastime is annoying my younger brothers, as is my solemn obligation as they're older. Speech and debate and writing, especially satire, that being a lot of sarcasm and euphemisms. I hope to major in poli-sci and minor in international affairs, and therefore ask that you support this bill. The first euphemism I heard was in kindergarten. Our PE teacher, Mr. Chad, took us into the equipment room of our gym and said, if we have a lockdown, you'll come in here. And if a bear comes in, I will take this equipment. I will fight it off and you can run away. Now, at 5 years old, I was terrified. After all, Denver, especially the Park Hill neighborhood, is renowned for its bear populations, as we all know. And from elementary school through high school, I've developed a few other euphemisms that, well, may not be as cute. For instance, instead of a shooting, it's an exciting, involuntary study of human anatomy. Instead of a lockdown and evacuation, it's an early spring break. Instead of covering yourself in your friend's blood, it's super competitive hide and seek. Instead of habitually evaluating the safety of your classrooms, it's getting to intimately know your school. Instead of a society where weapons modeled after military firearms are used to massacre protesters, shoppers, and kids, where these weapons are sold for their killing potential, it's a modern way to hunt for sport, only it's not specified who the prey is. These euphemisms are better examples of the impact gun violence has on us students than anything else I could say. They are sick, terrifying, and just scary. They are my comprehension of the status quo. Nevertheless, I prefer to see a change in that status quo than continue to keep living and dying under it. I believe that restrictions on weapons frequently used in mass murders are an essential part of that process. As a hopeful major in poli-sci and a minor in international relations, I do not want to study anatomy. Please vote in support of this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Erica Crosby, representing myself, and I am in support of this bill. I've called the North Park Hill neighborhood in Denver my home for the last 32 years. I'm fourth generation Park Hill resident and parent of 2 children, a working mother, and an active voter. I testified almost a year ago in 2 committee hearings regarding sensible gun reform bills. What brought me to speak at the time was a shooting at East High School that claimed the life of one of my son's soccer teammates. He was shot while leaving the East High School campus in a random act of gun violence. When the students marched to the Capitol, they gave me the courage and inspiration to make my voice heard, as I believe that the younger generation, thank you, will be the forefront of sensible gun control legislation. I consider myself lucky that no one close to me has been killed by gun violence, let alone mass shooting. but I know that many others in this room today testifying are not as fortunate. And I have immense sadness and empathy for all of the victims and families whose lives have been forever changed. And that is why I'm here today, to support these families that have endured horrific tragedy of loved ones killed by assault rifles, and to do whatever I can to be part of the change that is needed. Every morning I read the paper and take note of the daily gun violence in our state. I could easily skip over the small articles on the left side of the second page of the paper, but I don't. I read it to make sure that I don't become numb to the violence that surrounds all of us. I generally live by the motto, I hope for the best, but plan for the worst. And I plan for this for most of my everyday life. But when it comes to the use of assault rifles and mass shootings in everyday life, hoping for the best and planning for the worst should not be something myself or anyone else should be doing. Do I really need a hope for a life where no one I know will love will be killed in a mass shooting? Do I really need hope that no one, the wrong place at wrong time, so many mass shooting victims are? And how do you plan for the worst?
All right, thank you. Please go ahead.
Chair and committee members, my name is Xana Prospero, a volunteer for Students Demand Action and a sophomore at Fairview High School. I am deeply concerned about the terrifying menace of gun violence, so today I urge your support for Bill 24-1292, which aims to ban certain weapons used in mass shootings. First, I will share my personal experience going to school knowing that it is unsafe. Then I will explain the dangers assault weapons pose, and finally how your vote in favor of this bill will save lives. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Currently, members of our community don't feel safe, and I know this firsthand as a high school student. For example, a few weeks ago, I was talking to a new friend until he mentioned how one of his classmates had come to school looking sketchy, like he was gonna do something, like pull out a gun. But I wasn't that worried until I remembered that the public has access to assault weapons, to weapons that bring death and destruction to our community. As I walked through the halls, the questions were pounding in my head. What if he hurts me, my friends, my teachers, even the students I don't know? What will happen if he loses his temper while carrying a weapon that has no place in a student's hand? Luckily, nothing came of it, but I am still haunted by those memories, knowing that assault weapons are specifically designed to kill as many people as fast as possible. That is why banning these types of weapons will prevent mass shootings. When there was a federal ban, although it only lasted about 10 years, it prevented at least 11 mass shootings, according to a 2021 study. Not only that, but it'll decrease the severity of mass shootings. Assault weapons are fatal, shooting 6 times as many people and killing twice as many. According to research done by Everytown on mass shootings from 2015 to 2022, assault weapons kill. When making your decision today, remember that your vote in favor of this bill will save lives. If you vote against, you're not acknowledging the scared students that just want protection and safety, students like me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please go ahead at the end.
Chairperson and honorable members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Scott Shamblin, they, them. I represent myself. I'm an anti-fascist democratic socialist, and it's good to see a fellow comrade propose this bill. I'm a student of human rights with emphasis on gun control. I support this bill. Whether it's Tuesday or today, it's a good day to revoke the 2A. You may hear people today say, when seconds matter, the police are minutes away. The answer is not that difficult. Defund the police and send out unarmed, non-threatening social workers who can de-escalate using gentle parenting techniques like positive reinforcement and Werther's Original Candies. To all you gun owners out there are no bad guys, just people who do bad things. And usually it's because they're hangry. So maybe trade your S&P for a Snickers and tea and make a new friend. If thought corrupts language, language can also corrupt thought. Another benefit of this bill is it helps us continue cleaning up the dictionary. Standard capacity magazines are referred to as high capacity magazines. Arma light rifles are assault weapons. Small caliber plastic pistols are now high caliber weapons of war. Similar to our other recent additions, like minor attracted persons and views opposing ours being fascism. I'm so proud of the progress we've made. Let's expand this bill to continue incrementally outlawing guns, boiling the frog slowly, if you will. After this bill, we should plan an actual gun roundup as we pull the fourth and go door to door. You can put people at ease by reminding them that I'm from the government and I'm here to help. After seizing all firearms, we can expand this to our opposition's cars, homes, semi-trucks, bank accounts, retirement accounts, and wives.
We should also go ahead and amend the bill to include hard and heavy objects. If a radical were to throw a can of corn at a high velocity, it too would be an assault weapon. Everything should be soft and squishable, just like my masculinity, so nobody gets hurt. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. Daddy Joe is my waifu. Thank you.
Okay. All right. No, come on. All right. Some witnesses may choose to use a humorous approach in their testimony. That is their prerogative. We need to keep it professional and respectful in here, please. With that, are there questions of this panel? Rep. Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, you can use humor. We love humor. You just can't clap after it, okay? But when I say we, I mean me. My question is for you. I'm sorry, what was your name?
Scott Shamblin.
Shamblin?
Yes.
Mr. Shamblin, did Representative Epps write your testimony today? Because I think it sounds quite like her. She would be quite proud.
I've had no contact with any representatives on this bill, on this committee.
Thank you.
Rep. Herod,
Thank you,
go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. And I heard you guys, so I just was also bringing humor, and that was definitely not an indictment that it actually did happen. But I just want to thank you so much for your testimony.
Members, other questions of this panel? All right. Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. All right. Next panel will be folks who signed up in an opposed position. Do we have Mike Dovell or Duvel? Okay. Do we have Jacob Sanchez? Richard Orff? Sergio Ramirez? Derek Brannock? Jessica Fensky? Darian Hagenow? Lauren Burns? Zachary Howard? Okay, Logan Tidd, T-I-D-D. Benjamin Agnini. All right, I think we have 4 folks. All right, Mr. Orff, why don't we start with you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
And I'm sorry, one sec. Looks like I know folks may be coming from the other room. So you can come up in this panel. We'll just ask somebody to swap their chair with you after they speak. You can hang out right in front. We'll get you up. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Richard Orff. I'm here on behalf of the Associated Governments of Northwest Colorado, here in respectful opposition to House Bill 1292. And since we have over 600 witnesses and 12 hours of work, I'll try to keep my comments to a minimum. Like I said last week on a different bill, I'm trying to keep my comments to something more practical. Anecdotally, I have 2 friends, one from high school, one from college. Both chose military service as their vocation in life. One was able to move home 2 years ago, and under this law, his guns would be okay. Another one is in the process of trying to move home, and upon signature of this law, his guns would not be okay. And I guess he would be guilty at that point in time if he did move here with those weapons, of the importing weapons he's owned for decades. He necessarily has fewer rights in the first, despite his numerous deployments to the rough parts of the world. We do see that there's some difficulty in clawing out exemptions for police and military on this. I will say that that's creating serious conflicts. Even with our diligent and well-meaning deputies, they can be more than an hour away from our parts of rural part of the state. That creates serious conflicts that every gun owner who currently owns a semi-automatic rifle will now be forever subject to investigation and scrutiny by law enforcement. When did you acquire this firearm? Do you have papers? Where is your proof? They'll be subject to investigation at any time they show up to a range by a well-armed police force. Perhaps by our soon-to-be newly empowered state police force per another bill that works in consort with this one to investigate all firearms crimes under Title 18, Section 12. That's a subject, not a citizen, subject to those investigations. Finally, we'll state that it is important to the state that this bill does not take away guns. Representative Epps was very clear on that when I had my conversation with her. It turns them into criminal commodities, however, or at best, stranded assets. That notion today, I have the notion that I today have an enhanced right of self-defense that my children by this passage will never have. Again, I very much respect my conversation with Representative Epps. I respect where she's coming from, and I thank the committee for its time.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for hearing me out today. My name is Benjamin Anini. I have been in the bar and restaurant scene here in Denver, Colorado for 25 years. It seems like these panels today and everybody from either side is talking about statistics and data and minute changes in guns and things like this, right? The issue that I'm finding is that if this bill itself was proposed as an assault weapons ban, the weapon used that saved my wife from rape walking home at 2 a.m. would be banned. The weapon that I used to save another woman from being choked out across the street when I left work at 2 a.m. would be banned. The other proposed bills that we're not talking about today, but are out there, are also allowing this to be a banning of my rights, my constitutional rights to keep myself safe. I grew up in a gun family, right? I never wanted to use them, never really needed to use them. I hunted, sure. We had guns, sure. But I was a little kid and I didn't care. We were learned, we were taught, we were trained, and it went away. It wasn't brought up. It wasn't a sticking point. It wasn't something we worried about at school. We knew what they were. We knew how to address them. We knew how to handle them. We know how to move away from situations that would be involved with them. Now I look at my nephews, and my sister-in-law is on mom's demand, and she just had an awesome win in California. And I asked my nephews, do you know what a firearm actually is, as I watch them play with their Nerf guns that have all the modifications to shoot rapid fire darts at everybody? I asked them if they really do know what that means to have a firearm and to shoot it at somebody, and they have no answer because their mom, unfortunately, has her head buried in an anti-approach instead of an educational approach, a teaching approach.
All right. Thank you. Sir, please go ahead.
My name is Zachary Howard. I'm a U.S. Army combat veteran with experience of over 7 years of warfare and security. So my home is in Fremont County, resides in one of the most armed counties in the state. We are not a locality that is anti-freedom. We believe in the preservation of God-given rights. We do not allow criminals, terrorists, or authoritarians to dictate our rights. You do not have the power or the capability to enforce a ban. Even if you pass it, the Supreme Court Bruin decision will unravel it. You're directly targeting FFL holders. When free market is oppressed, the black market expands, thus expanding criminal enterprise, which you would be responsible for. Also, I keep hearing about mass shootings in this hearing. All school shootings are perfectly illustrate how the government fails to keep people safe. In places, they remove firearms. You remove deterrence and counteroffensive capabilities, making easy targets for monsters. Ex-military guys like myself are constantly acting as a free security for the populace, whether you know it or not. If we were the problem, you would know it. Don't disarm the good guys just to empower the bad guys. Blood is already on this legislature's hand for the removal of these strong deterrence and counter assault capabilities of our vulnerable places. You remove the ability for our brave men and women from stopping the bad guys. The /1 way to stop a mass shooting is when somebody fights back. Do not deny their ability to meet the threat with commonly sold firearms. Vote no on this assault weapon ban 24-1292.
All right. Thank you. Sir, at the end, then we'll come back to you.
Hi, my name is Mike Doble. I'm a citizen.
Can you make sure the mic's on? Little gray button on the stem.
Oh, thank you. My name is Mike Doble. I'm a citizen of Colorado, and I live in Douglas County. I'm here today to speak in opposition to HB 24-1292, the assault weapons ban. You know, there's so many things I want to say, but I'm going to really bring this down to just a couple of different things. One of them is that I find it really interesting that we're here today talking about enacting a new law, yet we have millions and millions of people coming across our border. And what are you guys doing about it? All right. What is the mayor doing about it? He's the one with his virtue signaling that got all these people here. You know, we got a governor that's not doing anything. So let me pose a question for you. So you don't know anything about these people. You don't know any more about them than I do. And I hope they're really here looking for a way to improve their lives. Because if they're not, we could also be ending up with the same kind of critters that attacked the people in Israel last October. So and what are you guys doing? You're making the people of Colorado more vulnerable than what they already are. You want to take away their ability to defend themselves. Well, and I've heard all these references today about law-abiding citizens with their guns that are causing people to die. I resent the hell out of that. I'm older than any one of you sitting here right now, and I've never had an accident in my whole life, nor has anything that I've ever owned gotten in the hands of a criminal, nor have I ever done anything to hurt anyone. But I tell you this, I want to be able to defend myself because let me say this much. We are going to have an event. There was a sheriff who did a video just a little while ago. He's from Ohio, Butler County, Ohio. And his name is
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll go to the gentleman at the end, and we have a few witnesses online. Please go ahead.
Testing. Good evening. My name is Lauren J. Burns, Colorado native, proud 2A advocate, firearm owner, and instructor. First, thank you for the opportunity to testify against 1292 today. Begin my testimony. We do not have a gun problem. We have a violence and mental health crisis, two of which our government is failing at a nationwide basis. An assault weapons ban will not help in either crisis. You only accomplish taking away our God-given right, our Second Amendment, our right to bear arms. That shall not be infringed upon, which this ban is an infringement. A contradiction to your sworn oath to the Constitution of the United States. If this ban is to go into effect, you will fundamentally take away the only thing standing between us and criminals.